Well, and as a prelude to this, a lot of thinking, boardroom discussions and focus groups were formed right here at Media Journal to make sure that for all our subsidiaries, we're able to bring you the best. And we have not only regular reporters and correspondents right here in Accra and the rest of the regions, but also contributors, volunteers, and you as citizens who are going to carry us through today, tomorrow, Sunday, and until the final vote is declared, as we also say what we tend to do as Election Command Center. Now, this is what we're going to do. We, as a result of the comprehensive coverage we've been given for this main election, have been speaking to a number of people, many among them how they intend traveling to their various areas where they have their votes or destinations where they are going to vote to be able to get there. And certainly Ibrahim Abubakar, one of our top-notch reporters based in the middle belt of our country, Kumasi, the Ashanti regional capital, has been speaking to a number of the voters enthusiastic to travel and go and cast their votes.
Political campaign activities have all come to an end less than 24 hours to the general elections. The stronghold of the ruling New Patriotic Party, which is the Ashanti region, has for the past few weeks seen constant invasion by stalwarts of the various political parties to campaign. Now, this region is undoubtedly very important to the electoral fortunes of both the MPP and the NDC, reasons they've all campaigned vigorously in this part of the country. Now, let's find out from voters about their expectation and what will influence their choice of votes.
I wish Ghanaians would change the two big parties. That's me. Me, for instance, I've been voting for one of them since 2000, but this time I've decided not to vote for either NDC or MPP. I want to vote for independent candidate or a third force. This is what Ghanaians we need. Every time MPP will come, they will do their best, 8 years. NDC will also come, they will do their best, but people will complain. There's hardship, the economy is not good, a whole lot of issues. So this time, why not we all try and then we look for a third force? So I've decided I will vote, but for me, I will not vote for NDC or MPP. They've done their part, so they should give a way for the independent candidate or the minor or the smaller parties to also come and do their best, so that we see, we try them and see if they also come and then they are not able to help, and then we know that Ghana, our politicians cannot help us.
So I believe as a Ghanaian, it's my right and my responsibility to vote for who I think will help Ghana to grow. We all want the betterment of Ghana, so whoever we think that will come and then help Ghana to grow, that is what we are looking for.
It's nice to vote for the first time because the power to give office to another person will be in my court. So it will be really nice to decide who becomes the next president of Ghana for the next 4 years. Right now, my choice of voting is more working opportunities for we, the young people, because right now there are even graduates who have graduated from the university and they are currently unemployed. So the chances of me and senior high school graduates getting out of senior high school, like the chance of me getting a job is very limited.
A little over 3.2 million eligible voters have registered in the Ashanti region, while the MPP is aiming at over 80% of the vote cast. NDC is also targeting 35% of the vote in the region. Though all the political parties have committed to peace before, during, and after the election, they have also shown resolve to ensure every single ballot is protected and counted.
To the good people of Ashanti region, we commit to making sure your vote counts and that nobody will be allowed to intimidate you on the polling day. We are hopeful of a massive voter turnout on December 7, 2024.
We call on all our teaming supporters in the Ashanti region, sympathizers and all Ghanaians who yearn for change to come out in their numbers and vote massively for His Excellency John Dramani Mahama and all NDC parliamentary candidates in the 47 constituencies. Every single vote will be counted and accounted for, and the true will of the people shall prevail on December 7th.
This is a temporary lorry terminal that has been created behind the Kumasi Technical Institute. for persons who intend to travel all the way to the northern part of the country to cast their ballot. Already for the past 1 hour, about 10 of such buses have left, and so you can see a long queue over there. None of them want to be left out of this year's election. Let's briefly engage some of them and find out how important Saturday's election is for them to risk traveling all the way to the northern part of the country to vote.
Frankly, the election is very, 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 very important. Neither to leave them to go into chaos, because when we go and then use our fingerprints to thumbprint to gain the power, I think that one would be better for us to sit back so that, you know, the hungry person is an angry man. So if we don't take our time to use the hunger that we have through the anger, so that we use our fingers to thumbprint and then we have to use force, I think Ghana is going to move back.
Reporting from the Ashanti region, Ibrahim Abubakar, TV3.
And apart from Ibrahim, Ivan Sinkum and the rest of the team in Abirio and Kumasi tackling the middle belt, we have a number of contributors, more so correspondents and volunteers, as well as you, ordinary citizens or ordinary voters, who we have incorporated into a plan to make sure that we bring you a comprehensive coverage. But from the Ashanti region, we have to move to the central region. Our correspondent Kwesiado also gauging the mood, but also the expectations of the voters and whether they intend traveling across the part of the central region or beyond to go and cast their votes.
This is Elections Command Center, on Ghana's most trusted and credible source of news, information, and all elections-related matters. And today we are coming to you from the campus of the University of Education, Winneba, where we are engaging voters on the particular matters they would be looking at when they go to the polls on Saturday, as well as engage those who will be traveling from this particular place to various destinations to cast their votes on Saturday. My name is Kwesiado. Join me as I engage voters from this particular campus.
One factor I'm looking at right now is the creation of jobs, because as an NSS personnel, after NSS, where am I going? I'm looking at the one who will come and who help the student, those who have graduated, those who are about to graduate, yeah. Because there are some people who have graduated and they are still struggling to get a job.
MPP will help us with their manifesto. If only we win, we can develop Ghana more than what we did. Yes, and I don't think NDC can even get 49%, John Mahama.
What I'm looking at is a policy that will benefit me. Now, we've had a policies in the current government now, which every Ghanaian or every home has been beneficiary of that policy, which is the free senior high school. My brother, this is a policy that has benefited the youth.
This election, I'll look at my economy, I'll look at my pocket and how the economy is treating me. Since I commute from Winneba to Sweden more often, I'll check the road, because for the past 8 years, the road, nothing has been done on the road. So that means that I'm not going in for the incumbent because the roads are not done. So I will decide between the independent and the NDC.
Education is a key to development, and it also leads to good or quality human resource. So if the type of education policy is not going to bring out that good quality human resource, then that policy is just a hollow policy. For me, the educational policies of NDC is better off than the MPP.
Okay. Well, very interesting insight there. And Parkwesi, it also means that the views of these individuals, voters, well, it fits into the broader one. Over 18 million, we're told. What really, you take a look at the statistics generally, are they, and then also the breakdowns?
It's interesting. I mean, when you look across the country, like we rightly said, we have over 1 million new voters, mainly comprising Gen Zs, who are going to be casting their ballots, and they are spread across the entire country. You know, the NPP is banking its hope on the free SHS, the fact that a lot of people have benefited from the free SHS ever since it was instituted, I think some 4 or 5 years ago.
No, it was introduced in 2017. In
2017, yeah, just a year after they won power. And so it was first introduced in batches, and now we have both from Form 1 to Form 3 all benefiting from it. And so it's a key campaign message. I mean, even yesterday when you listen to the flag bearer, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, and even the president himself, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, he was touting the achievement in the area of free SHS. So, I mean, the views on the ground don't exactly tell you what's to be expected. If only what people say is what it is, then you'll be trying to imagine exactly what could happen on Saturday. But
well, certainly.
Yeah, you know, for now, we just have to wait and see, you know, what happens on Saturday.
Okay, so generally, what's the general voter population, our latest compilation?
Right, so, I mean, we've got a little over 18 million people who have registered to vote. So, yeah, that's the number, a little over 18 million people across the country who have registered to vote in this year's elections. Of course, we know the special voting started on Monday for security services, workers of the Electoral Commission, even journalists and media people. But of course, that exercise had to be, divided into two, because we know the case of the Western and the Central region. They had to vote later on Thursday. And so, yeah, out of the total of 18 million, we've got a little over 131,000 special voters that happen on Monday and Thursday. So that ballot has already been cast. And as we all know, counting will not begin until after the major election on Saturday. So we've got to wait on Saturday to see, to begin to count the ballots. So in terms of regional breakdown of registered voters, we know the Greater Accra region has a little over 3 million people registered. They have for over 300,000. So the numbers really are concentrated in the Greater Accra region, which has a little over 3 million people. The Ashanti region also has a little over 3 million people. That is where the numbers are concentrated. The Central region, a little over 1.7 million people. Western, 1.2 million people. So that is why there's a lot of concentration on what happens in the Greater Accra region, in the Ashanti region, which is a stronghold of the New Patriotic Party. Look at the Volta region, a little over 1 million votes.
It's quite interesting. You look at the disparities in the voter populations. Well, you look at on one side, Greater Accra and Ashanti, and the rest of the country. What is accounting for the concentration of 3.7 million people in Greater Accra, as well as you take a look at from the last election, the current voter population in the Ashanti, 3.2.
Well, I mean,
migration is a what?
Of course, migration is a major factor. I mean, Greater Accra is a cosmopolitan area, so you've had droves of people moving into Greater Accra, and that's what has made the numbers huge, you know, because this is where a lot of activity takes place. The Ashanti region also, we know, has a lot of, activity there. So you have a lot of people in the Ashanti region as well. The numbers are huge. The constituencies are major. You've got about 47 constituencies in the Ashanti region. That's really huge. And that's why, the NPP is banking its hope on the Ashanti region, because if Ashanti turns out massively for the NDC, for the NPP, you would need, the NDC would need the Volta, Old Volta, OT, Northern, and perhaps one other region to be able to match up.
To be able to match up to one region.
To one region,
wow.
So it tells you how important the Greater Accra region, the Ashanti region is in the scheme of affairs. I've heard people like Nana Komia say, for instance, that if the NPP gets 75% in the Ashanti region, they've won the election. That's what he's saying.
So if you take a look at Greater Accra, does it mean that it is evenly spread with just a little edge for either parties in each turnout?
Well, historically, you know that whoever has won the Greater Accra and the Central regions have eventually turned out to be eventual winners. but for the last election in 2020, when the NDC's John Mahama won the Greater Accra region and did not win the national election. Okay. You know, but of course, it was by a very... It wasn't a huge margin. This time around, the NDC is anticipating that they're going to increase the margins in the Greater Accra region. And, I mean, speaking to a number of people within the NPP, they don't believe that they can win the Greater Accra region. Because I don't know why, but they are not banking their hopes on the Greater Accra region. They think that they've lost the Greater Accra region.
So that's why they're concentrating on the Ashanti region? That's
why they're concentrating on the Ashanti region. But they need other regions. As much as the Ashanti region is important, they'll need to perform in other regions in order to be able to break the 8.
If you take a look at, then now we've decided to concentrate or perhaps also itemize which of the regions are the strongholds of either parties. It will mean that which will be, apart from the Ashanti region, for the MPP?
Well, for the MPP, of course, we know that the Western, the Eastern, the Ashanti, Bono, Ahafo, these are strongholds of the NPP. These are strongholds of the NPP. Our statisticians in-house have suggested or have predicted that the Western region is likely to be a toss-up region this time around. The Western North, we know, is, you know, historically from the last election, the NPP, the NDC won the Western North region. The Central region, we don't know if this time they're going to reward Jenana Opoku-Agyeman because she comes from the region. Last year, they gave massive endorsement to the parliamentary candidate, but that didn't go for the presidential. And of course, in the case of Atta Mills also, who also hailed from the Central region, it didn't happen for him the first time or the second time. It happened when in 2008 when he contested first against Nana Akufo-Addo. So pretty interesting, you know, figures. We're going to go to key constituencies and their population size, the number of voters that are concentrated in these constituencies, and to see how the constituencies also play in the scheme of affairs. So here in the Greater Accra region, we're going to start with the Greater Accra region, and we'll start off from Dom Kwabenya constituency.
And these are the heavily concentrated constituencies by way of voter population in Greater Accra.
Absolutely.
Interesting.
Dom Kwabenya has massively turned out from the MPP in the past. We know the case of 2008, 2012 as well. The then parliamentary candidate, who has been the member of parliament for a number of years now, Sarah Adra-Safo, you know, in the last 4 years, she's had a very bad relationship with the party. Unfortunately, she lost out in the primaries to Michael Quay Jr., who is a son of the senior Michael Quay, one-time Speaker of Parliament, you know. So this is the number of people concentrated in the Dom Kwabenya constituency, a little over 180,000 people in that constituency. We have a Shaiman which has a little over 170,000, Amasaman 170,000, over Adenta constituency, huge, over 160,000, Lejokuku over 160,000. Yes, these are massively concentrated. And so whoever wants to win the election should be targeting massive votes in these regions. We've got the Ashanti region, Ifija Kwabre, we've got Swame, we've got Itrima, Nwabedra South, Kwadaso, Asokwa, and these have, you know, populations ranging between 80 to 107,000 people, all concentrated.
And before you go on, you know, back in the day, it used to be, I think before the demarcation of the constituencies, for example, Minsha North, Minsha South, used to be like Minsha, Bantama.
Yes, Bantama was always like Florida.
Yeah, since the divisions, we've seen that many of them have not gained the sort of notoriety for
because the numbers have been split. Right, the numbers have been split.
And so if you just Kwabre South is quite interesting. And Swame, the heart of Kumasi in itself, very interesting.
Right, so you've got between 80 to 100,000 people in these areas, you know, of the Ashanti region. So these are, you know, constituencies to look out for.
And these are all MPP strongholds.
These are all NPP strongholds. So there's more from the Ashanti region, and that's why the Ashanti region is a place to look out for. We've got Kwabre East, we've got Itrima, we've got Ofori Chrome, we've got Adreso, we've got Asawase, You know Asawase, right? That's
yes, I know
yes. It's been
as a Mampong. That's the main MDA itself, the municipality.
Right. And you know Asawase was carved out of the Odofori-Krom constituency, and ever since we've had the NDC win that seat, you know, for the party. Unfortunately, it's been like a skirt and blouse situation because anytime the NDC wins, the parliamentary, we know the NPP takes it for the presidential. So it's kind of a swing one there in the Ashanti region. So these are the numbers. In all these five, we've got between 100 to 140,000 people who are concentrated in this area as well. Right, so, I mean, we've got more figures to present to you from other regions and the numbers of people that are concentrated there. Let me just quickly go to Na Ashoko, who is on standby to, you know, begin some good analysis. Na, who do you have with you?
Yes, thank you so much, Pakwesi. This morning, we're going to consider two major issues. One, we're going to be talking about the campaign promises by the major political parties in this race, the NDC and the NPP. We'll also take a look at the swing regions and the impact they will have on this election. And this morning, we're joined in the studio by none other than astute lawyer and politician Kwame Jantua. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Great to have you.
Yes, it's quite early, isn't it?
Yes, it's quite early.
Just start.
Yes, but it's always an honor to talk to you, especially in the mornings. Did you follow the rallies last night?
Yes, I followed the rallies. Massive rallies, weren't they?
Yes.
It says something, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. If you look at the number of people who gathered there, the number of people who were stuck in traffic trying to go to and fro between the University of Ghana area through to Medina, Adenta, Hacho. Well, that tells you that a lot of us, especially the young people, are very invested in the upcoming elections.
Yes, but do you realize that the fact that we have a holiday today would make a lot of people turn up tomorrow?
Okay.
Because people are relaxed. People are listening. It's an issue that has wide interest, both locally and internationally. And people will pick every little thing they hear, and they would go to the polling booths massively, I believe. When you listen to the youth and some of the things they say, you realize that they are also tuned in.
Yes.
And so it's going to be interesting. And there's something different between this election and some of the elections we've had in this Fourth Republic.
Okay.
Issues. This one seems more issues-based than the previous ones we've had.
How do you mean?
In terms of things that people want to see, things that the previous government hasn't done, things that they compare John Mahama's government to this government, and you realize that it's issues. So
isn't that always the case?
It's always the case, but I think it's more now. Galamsey is a huge one. Employment is a huge one.
The economy.
The economy, massive. Corruption is a huge one. But you can realize that it's more intense this time than most of the other elections. But it's a good thing. I believe that, you see, we don't trust each other. We don't trust each other.
Okay.
But what has happened is that because we don't trust each other, we are eagle-eyed and vigilant to make sure that
as a people or politics?
As a political
season,
we don't trust each other. So everybody's eye is open to make sure that everything goes right. So that makes it transparent. Isn't it ironical?
Okay.
But let's see what happens.
Okay.
I don't believe that there's going to be too much cacophony with regards to people voting. The problem will come when the counting starts, if anything goes awry.
If anything at all.
Yes.
Well, let's begin our conversation from there, the Electoral Commission and their level of preparedness going into tomorrow's elections. If, for example, the special voting is anything to go by, do you think that the Electoral Commission is ready for tomorrow?
Ready is relative. There could be ready and so many challenges, and there could be ready and very few challenges. And there could be ready where The challenges are few, but they are detrimental. So I don't expect things to be perfect. There's no perfect situation. But I expect that even if there are challenges, the challenges would be able to be surmounted very quickly so that it doesn't create any unnecessary tension.
Okay.
Now, when you look, there's not too much tension in town, is there? Compared to most times.
Well,
for the voting, at least for the morning period of voting and all that.
Okay.
The tension always starts after.
When the counting begins.
When the counting begins. That is where we should really look at and be vigilant to make sure that all the procedures and regulations put in place are abided by. And the police should try as much as possible to be understanding. They shouldn't be quick to use force, because that can create problems. For those who have come there to create problems, they will use it as a stepping stone to do what they want to do. So they should be very, 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 very mindful how they exercise the force that they have.
Well, the police have done some civic education, and they put out some announcements asking people to, you know, comport themselves during the elections, because well, that's our hope. That's our hope. Yes. And aside the police, there have been some civil society education as well, people campaigning or teaching people how to behave at the polling station. Come, cast your vote and go home, which is very important, leaving the polling station and going home. And during the special voting, we saw some scattered instances of people doing things which are not permitted at the polling station, like trying to photograph their ballot paper, like coming to the polling station, voting and staying for whatever reason. I mean, because for special voting, we don't even count.
Now, is it new?
The ballot.
No, it's not new. You see, these are some of the things we should have cured from the previous elections.
How do we cure it?
In terms of education, I believe the NCCE, through the NCCE and the
Electoral Commission?
No, not the Electoral Commission. The
Information Ministry?
The Peace Council.
Okay.
NCCE, Peace Council, some degree Electoral Commission, and the political parties. Throughout the year, we should have electoral education throughout the year, at least with the NCCE. Getting towards probably 6 months towards elections, then all the others come in and we educate, because we want to get to a point where this becomes a thing of the past as we, go through elections over and over again. I also think that in order to make sure that people do not mass around the polling booths, especially in the major cities, we should have had boards, electronic boards set up. Vice President Bamia is talking about digitalization. Yes. A good time to do that. Here in Accra, Black Star Square, giant board.
For counting
As the results are coming in, they are
so
on
we will
there.
See them.
As the results are coming in, they are on there. And then it would match up with whatever the media houses are doing, whatever who is collating, and everybody sees. That transparency and integrity of it would have helped.
That's important.
It would have taken away people massing up at the polling station. It would have taken away. But,
Would it really? Because I think what it is that people want to be where the action is. Because media houses carry it. Like TV3 will be bringing the numbers live as the counting goes on. And so if you stayed at home, you could just watch on TV. But people want to be where the action is. And so they troop to the polling stations to be part of it.
Look, I believe that once people know there's a point where they can see the figures coming in, they will go there.
Okay.
Yes, there will be some people at the polling stations just, waiting for the counting to come up. But the problem doesn't start with the counting. Once it is finished, it is the collation. So if Kwame Janto has won 10 votes in Aswa, and he says 10 votes, and they hear 10 votes, They are not there when it is being written, are they?
No.
But they know it's 10 votes. So if they go to the Black Star Square, they'll see Kwame Jantua 10 votes.
Yeah.
If they go and they see Kwame Jantua 8 votes, questions
there.
start coming up. But it's to, you know, filter people massing up at the polling booth. But I think education is key. Look, the one thing Ghana has that most African countries don't have is the fact that we were brought up to interrelate. So when you look at the school system, we've interrelated. When you look at the marriage system, we've interrelated. When you look at friends, we've interrelated. So there is that communal understanding between us. So it is not a tribal thing where Ashantis will be fighting the Gans will be fighting the Ewes. We don't have that kind of thing in Ghana. So it becomes very, very difficult for that kind of trouble to start here. Yes, you have skirmishes where some people, because they are staunch political, they believe in a particular political party, they are blinded by everything and want to foment trouble.
Yes, I was going to ask you that.
But generally, Ghanaians aren't that type of...
We don't have those extreme tribal conflicts.
Exactly.
But wouldn't you say we have extreme political conflicts, where people who have decided that they belong to party A would go to the extreme ends to sort of prove their points in arguments and so on in times like this?
And where do you think that emanates from?
Where does it emanate
from? The leaderships of the different political
from leadership.
Parties. Yes. It emanates from the people we vote into power. They make it look as if they're at loggerheads all the time.
But they in fact aren't.
They aren't. I see Duketia's best friend is the MPP, isn't it? And our leaders don't, and when I say our leaders, what's his name? I've forgotten his name. The one who died.
Oh, which one?
Sir John.
Oh, right.
And our leaders, when I say our leaders, our presidential leaders don't tend to work together.
As in the aspirants?
No. When we have presidents and they are in power, they don't tend to work together with the past presidents to some degree.
Who are in opposition?
Who are in opposition. President Akufo-Addo tried to start it.
With Mahama?
Where he invited the ex-presidents to the Flagstaff House in the early days, and they were discussed. I believe that in times of situations where there are national issues, that can happen. So typical example is Galamsey. It's a national issue where one party has not been able to solve it. Neither the NDC nor the NPP. However, if they brought their heads together, added probably the Council of State, chiefs, CSOs, and sat all three, those alive, those presidents alive, they sat in the caucus and, you know, thought through this thing and then brought others on board. Don't you think we would have had some real concrete ways of handling Galamsey? Today I hear in Kawia area, the Galamseyers are in there, in the forest reserves, cutting down the trees, and the Forest Commission can't do anything about it. So it is, with a national issue, we should be able to sit and talk. SHS is another one, education is another one, where it is not the question of one party, it's a national issue. So that others come on, because one party is not going to be in power for the rest of their lives.
Yes. Now, I think in recent times, at least the main political parties, both of them have sort of endorsed the free SHS. There were conversations previously about the NDC, if they come into power, not continuing it. But the presidential aspirant has clarified that his intention is to make it better, review it and make it better. The MPP is also along the same path, make it better. And so at least on that campaign promise, both main political parties agreed to, you know, continue and make it better. But still on the Electoral Commission and their preparedness.
Let me just make a point on that one.
Okay.
Do you think any political party can come and say they're doing away with free SHS? You think the people will sit and let that happen? I doubt it. I doubt it. And so for me, it's just politicking. If President Mahama is to win, there is no way under the sun he can decide to stop free SHS, especially where it's gotten to now. Yes, maybe how it should be financed would be the situation there.
And how it should be run.
And how it should be. I do not think any political party can come in today and say we are stopping free SHS. Not possible.
But you agree that it needs some fine-tuning?
It needs a lot of fine-tuning. Because the perception that was given was that parents are not going to spend much money where their wards are concerned.
Yeah.
But today parents are spending money where that is concerned. So it does need fine-tuning whatsoever. It does need fine-tuning.
All right. Now, let's just go back to the preparedness for the elections. And I'd like us to compare or consider the special voting, some of the things that happened, and how it should inform the Electoral Commission moving forward to tomorrow, and the security agencies. So the special voting was for security agencies and the media and people who are going to be performing special functions on Saturday. Now, these are key people. And we saw some of them engaged in acts of illegality. And I don't know what you think about the punishment or deterrence, the way these issues were handled. So, for example, we all saw the Leader Hassan video and the conversations which have ensued later. Yes, I did not, and so on. And as at now, we haven't really seen anything, you know, in terms of punishment to deter other aspirants from doing same. Do you think that the handling of situations like this would affect tomorrow's elections in any way?
Whose responsibility is it to punish?
Law enforcement.
We have the regulatory bodies who are supposed to make sure that such things don't happen. Is it the Electoral Commission? Does the Electoral Commission have the duty in terms of such things happening? I think most of all, and what appalled me was the fact that the MPP flag bearer nor the president said anything about it. Is it not against the law? Is there anywhere in Ghana's law where it says aspirants can give food to voters in a queue?
No.
Is it not against the law? Have they not sworn an oath, especially those in power, and even those out of power? They keep calling you president because once upon a time you swore an oath, and once upon a time you were president, and you still being president, it is the state that is looking after you. So they bear a certain responsibility to us, and none of them has said anything. It's as if, okay, it's something that happens, so it's one of those things. But I expected at least the president to say something about it. He's been campaigning. He should have been able to say, it is wrong. Nobody, even if the person is in my party, can go against the laws of this country. It is wrong.
Is this something that we see often? That the president or the presidential aspirants will call out their own, party member who has done something wrong?
Now, shouldn't we?
Yeah, well, we should, but,
exactly.
But is this something that happens at all?
The fact that it doesn't happen doesn't mean we shouldn't do it.
Yeah.
We should be able to do it. The ordinary Ghanaian is saying it is wrong. What about you who's been given the responsibility? You who has the people's power. The people have voted for you to be in power. You've been in power for nearly 8 years. And such a thing happens and it's fine.
And caught on camera too.
I don't see. And apart from that, the honorable, and I'll put honorable inverted commas begin and close, because of the act she did. She had the temerity to deny when she was interviewed. But the cameras saw her do it.
Yeah.
Who are they fooling? Us? That we don't have eyes to see? Is that what it is? But it is wrong.
Yeah.
And parliamentarians should always be aware of the laws of this country. They are the legislators. They should be aware. And I found it quite absurd that anybody would try and do that. It means they take us for granted. But Ghanaians too have that problem. They should have been the first one to point out to her that, Madam, what you're doing is wrong.
But they were receiving it, and that's the other side of the conversation, because these were law enforcement agents. There are people who should know better. There are people who should, on the day of election, keep an eye out for some of these irregularities. But they were receiving. And so that also begs the question, should some of these things happen on election day, would they have the moral right to be able to stop them from happening? Would they be able to keep people on their toes to do the right thing when they themselves, on the day of special voting, were taking pictures of their ballot papers, they were receiving food while in queue and so on?
Was it the entire security service that was doing that?
No.
Exactly.
Of course.
There were some in there doing it. But the responsibility is on the individual if it happens tomorrow on the voting day. There's something called citizen's arrest. You have the power to arrest anybody who you see is breaking the law. It is up to us. If any parliamentarian comes up to us, if anybody comes up to us, we know is standing and says, oh, Mr. Jantua, here's 50 cedis. I should be able to tell you what you're doing is wrong and get you arrested. We should be. But you see, the challenge is the fact that people are not able to make, are not able to have 3 square meals a day. They don't have the money to feed themselves.
Those are
in
the real
morning.
Problems.
Those are the problems. You see, so it filters back to how our economy is run and the fact that people don't have the wherewithal to have a decent lifestyle. But irrespective of that, if somebody is breaking the law on election day, you should be able to tell the person what you're doing is wrong. Stop it. And if they don't, report them to whoever is there. Yes, it's a shame that it's the security service people who are doing it, the security service people who are taking it. But it goes to show, when the MPP had their parliamentary election, what didn't we see? What wasn't said? Who didn't pay money under the guise of transportation?
Yeah.
Who didn't? And it is a canker that we need to discuss. So what are the leaders doing about it? They seem to be oblivious to these things happening, but it's the little things, the little drops of water that turn out to make a mighty ocean.
Whose responsibility is it to ensure that these leaders actually abide by the rules of the electoral process? Because these are the same leaders who have been caught, engaged in some of these acts of illegality. And that's the problem now, because, like you said, the ordinary Ghanaian, all right, until his basic needs are met, he has food, he has shelter, he has water, he's comfortable, he's not probably going to think about the other things. Okay, is this person who's giving me this money doing the right thing? Should I be receiving it? Of course, immediately they'll be thinking about, well, I'm hungry, and this person is giving me food or money. It is wrong, but that's what they'll be thinking about in that moment. But the leader, who is seized with the responsibility to do the right thing, is the one that we all look up to be able to do what is right. But before we go on with that, Lawyer Jantua, it's exactly 7 o'clock now, and so I'm going to cross over now to my colleague Judy Brown, who's on standby with the news. Welcome to Election Brief. For stories this morning, presidential candidate of the New Patriotic Party, NPP, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, has reaffirmed his commitment to expanding access to free SHS with the requisite resources to enhance the education sector should he be voted into power on December 7. At a final campaign rally on Thursday, he promised to implement policies to create jobs for the teeming youth. On to our next story. The presidential candidate for the National Democratic Congress, NDC, John Dramani Mahama, also at the party's final campaign rally held in Medina, promised a raft of measures to reset and progress the nation. John Dramani Mahama stated that a vote for the NDC will turn the country's fortunes around for the better.
And that's all we have for you for the election brief this morning. We'll go for a short break. We'll be back with the rest of this special elections coverage. Stay tuned.
Hiding, superior coverage, flamingo paint, simply
Introducing Rexona Non-Stop Protection, 72-hour antiperspirant with breakthrough microtechnology that forms a stronger sweat barrier, tested to the limit, even during the most intense workouts.
Still clean, dry, and fresh for longer.
Try the new Rexona 72-hour non-stop protection for clean, dry, and fresh underarms every day.
Nancy, me trying tasting queen. Tasty Tom. Add the new seasoning powders about chicken, stew, jollof, shrimp, beef. The way it enhances the natural aroma. Tasty Tom, dear. I trust them. And there is no staining of fish, meat, or chicken. Me need also. New aroma.
New taste.
New taste from Tasty Tom. New seasoning powder. Flavor and taste. This advert is FDA approved.
Imagine walking into a store with a wish list and knowing you will be breaking the bank with those needed items. At TradeMart, we give you quality at the most affordable rates. You don't need to break the bank. From your home appliances to the latest tech product, everything you need is within reach at affordable prices.
I have a lot of things to buy.
You realize you can buy more for less? Only at TradeMart. The best part? Checking out with confidence, knowing you stayed under budget.
It's 6 p.m. Ghana. This nation is holding its breath. The numbers are pouring in, and the stakes couldn't be any higher.
From the streets all the way to the seat of power, we'll bring you all the twists and turns and everything you need to know here on your Election Command Center.
We will be here to interrogate the stories and analyze the numbers each evening.
Election Command Center. Facts, analysis, results.
This is Key Points, the #1 award-winning television news analysis program, providing an enlightened analysis of the key issues facing us as a country.
The key points of the stories that matter with the people who matter.
This is Key Points, the #1 award-winning television news analysis program. Every Saturday, 7 a.m. on TV3 and on 3FM 92.7. TV3, first in news.
Mentor 13. From soul-stirring sounds to electrifying beats, these aspiring stars are ready to dazzle you with their vocal prowess and stage presence. Who will rise to the occasion? Who will steal the spotlight? Set your reminders and get ready to cheer for your favorites right from the comfort of your home with Regina Van Helvert and Mauli Gavor in the driving seat. Don't miss out on a moment of the action, the drama, and unforgettable performances that will keep you at the edge of your seat. Tune in.
It's already The political parties, I understand, have also put in some arrangements to convey their known members back to their constituencies to go and vote. And so when I got in here this morning, I met people who told me that they've been directed to wait here until the designated buses come in to pick them. I've been trying to interact with one of them. I have a gentleman here. Let me interact with him quickly and find out where exactly he's going. My brother, good morning. Please come here. I want you to show. You are live on TV3. Where exactly are you going this morning?
I'm going to KJB in the OT region.
KJB in the OT region?
Yes.
Is it purposely for the election?
Yes.
So how long have you been here? Which of the buses are you taking? I know there's not a terminal for KJB buses. So why are you here?
All right. My constituency has put in place some arrangements for us to move from Phone to KJB to and cast our votes. And that is why we have converted here to pick the bus and leave.
And so you have a bus waiting for you. Yes. All other persons from KJB will be here to pick the bus and go to KJB.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much. What's your name?
I'm Barracks, or popularly known as Barracks.
But if you don't mind, what exactly will be informing your decision as to who you are voting for tomorrow?
Well, looking at my pocket.
Your pocket?
Yes, it is draining so much. And so I have to vote wisely in order to decide the master planner to come in. Take the term of the affairs.
All right, Roland, and so that's one of the travelers who informed me that he is traveling to KJB and they have a bus waiting for those who are going to KJB. But behind me are several other persons who are waiting for the FCC so they could get to Accra. Some have told me that they are going all the way to Sinani. Some are going to Kumasi. And so once they get the bus from here to Accra, they will be able to journey on to the next destination. From here, we'll be headed to the main bus terminal to see exactly what's happening at the main lorry terminal.
Well, a very interesting perspective he's sharing. And then also, did I hear him complaining about not having enough in his pocket to be able to foot his bill? Or perhaps I didn't hear right. And how does that feed into the general sentiment about standards of living and then the bread and butter issues in the Volta region?
Yes, so for him, he is talking about what really will inform his choice tomorrow at the polls, and that he's actually looking at his pocket, the economy, and tomorrow he will be making that decision based on the economy, that very economy. He means his pocket. There are two other gentlemen around here. Let me speak to them quickly.
Okay, you want to get some of them?
Yes, let me know, where exactly are you traveling to? Good morning. You are live on TV3.
Traveling to
Ketu South. The two of you?
Yeah.
Okay, come. I want the two of you to show you clearly enough. Okay, so you are going to Ketu South. But I do know this is not a Ketu South, or you don't have buses here for us now. Are you also here for the arrangement made by the political parties?
No, the political parties are made the arrangement for us.
Okay.
Leaders there. They used to
your leaders there?
Yeah, leaders.
Who are not politicians?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So which school are you? Both Technical University and yourself? So a bus is coming here to pick all of you, the students. And you say that arrangement is not made by the political party? Okay. Okay, that's fine. But before you go, tomorrow you are going to vote. What will inform the decision you make tomorrow? Why are you voting for a particular candidate tomorrow? I want the US to hear you, so be a bit more.
So Faisal.
No.
Faisal, yeah, you have to take one of your earpieces and use it as a mic to enable them.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
as you know, what is happening in the country, we are suffering too much. Economy as an economy aspect, you are seeing that people are suffering. Before you get money to buy food, it won't be easy thing. That's why you have to vote wisely.
And voting wisely tomorrow means what for you?
For us.
Who are you voting for? Do you mind telling us?
No.
But you are voting what?
Yeah.
That's fine. How about you? What will inform your decision? Your brother is talking about the economy.
Still the same, the economy, and still the line of the opposition, the ruling party.
They are
candidates.
lying.
They are just lying to us.
How do you say so? How do you mean?
They are just lying in the policies they said they will be doing, the things they promise us, what we are seeing right now.
Well, so you are students. You have listened to the political parties, their messages, the campaign, the candidates. What exactly stands out for you if you are voting tomorrow and you're making a particular choice? for a particular candidate? What really stands out in terms of the policies they have mentioned?
In terms of the policies, the opposition parties, like sayings and doings we've seen in the previous term they've said, we can say that if they come to power, they still do
The
great
opposition
job.
party or parties? Which one?
The opposition party.
Okay.
I mean NDC.
Okay.
To be precise, what they've done in the past, I'm sure if they come to power, they can do more than that.
And that's why you are voting the NDC tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm voting the NDC tomorrow.
But are you also now telling us you are voting NDC?
No.
That's fine. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Roland, that is the perspective from the gentleman.
It's quite interesting. They're making the decision to travel and then subsequently also telling you their perspective. And I did love the gentleman who want to insist on his right to make sure that his vote becomes his secret. But it also speaks volumes about perhaps the inroads that have been made by other parties in the region as well. Tell me, how many constituencies there are? And then also the voter population, what the dynamics are based on what you have observed, reviewed by way of literature and data so far.
There are 18 constituencies in the voter region, one of which now belongs to the MPP, the Hokore constituency. There are over 1,014,000 voters going into tomorrow's election. Manias, the 9,030 that voted on Monday in the special voting. In terms of the dynamics, the region largely remains an NDC stronghold. You can say it everywhere you go. People keep telling you that they feel neglected over the last 8 years. The issue of roads, the whole Aflawa Road is a critical part of the conversation. The whole to Kokwe Road is a critical part of the conversation. The whole to Akachi is part of the conversation. And so a lot of the conversation is centered around the roads, which they tell you that despite government declaration of 2021, 2022, and others as year of roads, they didn't really see anything. You see people tell you that the issue of the economy, which is already a national issue, is one of the reasons why they will not be going for the ruling government. And that only entrenches and reinforces the NDC's position on the region. But that notwithstanding, the MPP, on the other hand, tells you that they've done enough for the voter region in the last 8 years as a government. They cite that the Agenda 11 hospital, the free SHS policy, among others, and say that the people of the Rota region would be grateful to them and that they are looking forward to getting more than 300,000 votes. Do not forget, in the last election, they had 100,000 plus votes. And so they are looking beyond that. They want 3/4 of it, and they are very confident of it.
Okay.
The conversation around the region remains an NDC MPP one. The other political parties do not really surface when you talk about what goes around in the vote region. But the NDC tells you that they remain owners of the region, and they will reinforce that tomorrow, December 7th.
Well, Faisal Idrisu, our lead correspondent, Volta region, giving us a perspective, speaking to those commuters, but also ordinary voters who have made a decision that they certainly are taking that mark or step to be able to travel to a destination, not around where they are currently, the Volta regional capital, elsewhere to go and cast their vote. But generally telling us about what the summaries are. 18 constituencies in the Volta region. You take over 1 million voters in that register for the 2024 general elections. That's just about, I have to say, 22 hours away. And for Ghana Decides, your election command center, this is what we do. We've been bringing to you great analysis so far the last few months, concentrating in the various constituencies as we visit communities in Community Manifesto. Subsequently, great analysis on what the voter perspectives are in the studios. Also, relatively bringing to you what the experts are saying, the independent pollsters, in-house analysts as well, and what they think could go. It's a very fluid situation currently because we are speaking to our correspondent, Faisal Idrisu, just from the Volta regional capital. So for all the correspondents that we'll be speaking to, we also want to get them the perspective from where they're coming from and what the voters are saying, why they are making the decisions that they are, whether to travel or not to travel, whether they are apathetic to tomorrow's decision they have to make at the polls or not. And one of our lead correspondents will be joining us, regular right here with us, Safwa. And Safwa is currently in one of the biggest, I have to say, stations, lorry stations right here in the capital, Accra. And you know that Accra is a beehive of activity, cosmopolitan, various people all facets of our society right here. And many of them also make the decision, resident voters, to travel or commute to go and vote. And so when Safwa is ready, also means that. So, but Safwa, when when you look at where you are, and I believe it has to be the VIP station, it also means that you're getting a concentration of views. Generally, what are the commuters telling you? Why are they traveling?
Well, tomorrow is a very crucial moment for Ghana, and they tell me that some are actually commuting from Accra to other parts of the country to vote. Others too are moving from wherever they are coming from to Accra so that they can vote. I have a young man with me here. He is actually moving. He came from Tamale and he's coming to Accra, Tema, to vote. Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you? What's your name?
My name is Abraham.
Abraham. Yeah. Abraham, so you were telling me that you came to Accra to vote, right? Yeah. Where are you coming from?
I come from Tamale.
Tamale. And you are coming to where to go? Where's your constituency?
Tema West.
Tema West. So are you coming in basically to vote or there are other matters?
I'm coming in to come and vote.
Come and vote. Are you excited about it?
Oh, I'm okay with that.
You're okay.
I just really want my life to report. I know that the government is doing something. It's based on the vote. It's not doing something. It's based on the vote. So because of the vote, I just come here and vote.
And have you decided on who you are voting for?
Yes.
You are. All right. Thank you very much, Abraham. And I wish you all the best. Okay. So Roland, let me just inch closer and get another person who is rather traveling outside Accra to also cast his vote. Hello, good morning.
Hi, Sister. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, sir. Please, your name?
My name is from Ashanti.
Oh, right. So
I'm on my way from this term and my whole country.
I can see you are very excited.
We give me joy over 12. I'm the future president of Ghana, so I have to go and grow up my brother.
You are the future president of Ghana. Okay, but have you decided on who you are voting for?
Really?
So who are you voting for?
I will do it secretly when I reach my ballot.
But what are you going to base your vote on? What are you basing your vote on?
Oh, so many things.
Okay.
Wow. I'm study to move. Move your local understanding and change.
Okay.
People look at world as rich. One of the most important things what can give you is two things. Advice is one. Advice is one.
All right.
Education.
Okay.
Then I be a professional. From there, I can be a lawyer. Without that, I can't be a
all right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, man.
I
really love it.
Thank you. All right, Roland. The place is very cheered up.
I'm telling you,
you're excited about the whole idea of going to their various constituencies to vote. The place is really busy. I can't even get somewhere to stand because cars are moving out and out. Okay. Are you ready to vote? Where are you voting? Where are you voting? Oh, Patu Arono. Oh, Kumasi. Julie, okay. Nice one. Roland, there you have it. People are excited about going to vote tomorrow. We have just less than 24 hours to vote, and people are going to their various places and regions to vote. Thank you.
Well, I have to say that the view is very concentrated, very forceful as well. It is a VIP station, very popular right here in Accra. Just some few meters down the lane, I have to insist. From Kanda to the Kwame Nkrumah interchange area, not far off. But if you're watching us on social media, please let us know what you think about Ghana Decides from your election command center, what your views are, who you intend voting for, even if you insist that it is your secret, why you're making that decision. And we're touching base with our correspondents across the country. We've deployed as many of them across the nooks and crannies of Ghana, all the 276 constituencies, the 16 regions of Ghana, to make sure we bring you a better perspective, great coverage, up-to-the-minute information. TV3 Ghana was streaming, but right here in the studio, Akwesi Ado is joining us from the Central region. And Akwesi, early on, you gave us a perspective from the Efutu constituency, the Winneba campus, where many of those voters made their decisions apparently way before today. Now, when you do the interaction so far from where you are, what are they telling you? Akwesi, Can you unmute for me? Okay.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
Roland, I can hear you.
Okay. So the issue about your early on discussions you had with the voters in a photo on the University of Education Winneba campus, they said they had made their choice even before today. It also means that they are very much aware who they're going to vote for tomorrow. So the simple question is, so far in the immediate few hours, the people you've spoken to and where you are, what are they saying? Why are they traveling? Why are they insisting that they want to take that step to commute, to go and vote tomorrow?
Okay, so currently I am here at the Kaswa, one of the main bus terminals that is around the Kaswa Old Market. Yeah. And the situation here is not quite different from that which we have in Winneba. They have a lot of enthusiastic voters who are currently occupying buses and then traveling from outside this jurisdiction to other areas just so they can cast their votes tomorrow. This is the Kaswa, Kumase, and bus terminal. And we've had the first bus already moving, and then the second one ready to be on sale to load passengers. But I have some of the persons who man this particular bus terminal with me here, and I'd like to speak with him. Chief, good morning. This is TV3.
Morning.
Yes. What's happening? What is the situation like compared today to previous days? Are passengers moving in larger numbers than usual?
So everything is normal.
Okay.
You like me to speak in this way?
Yeah, English.
So everything is normal. Okay. Because as you can see, we have been here a minute before.
Okay.
Before we start this interview. So everything is normal.
Okay. So when you compare today to the ordinary days, would you say there's been an increase in the number of passengers?
No.
As of now, or not? No, it's still the same.
So we are waiting for maybe after time. Because maybe people have one or two things to do early this morning.
Okay.
So maybe by 12 going, we'll see the difference.
Okay, so you are expecting to have an increase in passengers from midday going.
Yes.
Okay. Could it be the fact that it's because today is a market day here in Kaswa, which is accounting for this?
No. Our transport system doesn't depend on the market.
Okay.
Our transport system, it doesn't depend on the market. So we don't care if that today is Friday or not.
Okay.
But it's early in the morning. And here, our work starts rushing from Ashanti.
Okay.
So by midday, everything will start.
Okay. So thank you very much. This member, yourself, will you be taking part in voting? Are you voting in Kaswa here or you be traveling outside?
No, I'm voting in Kaswa.
In Kaswa here.
Yeah.
Which police station?
Yeah, I'm at CP.
Okay, so what's your perspective on this whole election?
Oh, what I'll say is that everybody should remember that we don't have any country apart from Ghana.
Okay.
And nobody can deceive or tell anybody to vote for party A or party B.
Okay.
Everything depends on you. Look at your situation and how your life is.
Okay.
You vote.
Okay.
So either MPP or MDC or all the parties, everybody should remember that we have a country called Ghana. We need the peace.
Okay.
In Ghana, and we want everybody to vote in a peaceful way. No violence.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. What's your name?
My name is Kenneth.
Okay, so Kenneth, thank you very much. Kenneth is one of the artists here at the Kaswa main bus terminal speaking to us here. So, Roland, you can see that passengers are not rushing in just as it is happening in the other areas. And it could be two reasons accounting for this. One, mainly because Kaswa is a highly commercial center, and then today happens to be the official market day, and so people may want to do business before maybe deciding to travel outside the constituency to other jurisdictions to cast their votes. Or people may just be interested in doing business and then maybe not so interested to travel outside to vote. I have with me this man who is so eager to speak to us from Pastor Brana Yenju from Mokaka TV3. So, within the same family, so Kasa Kasa Kakamami, Eja Kwame, over to about Wahana, so maybe I'm not sure how I feel. Our polling station, Ben Albertuaba. What's about one and 2 junction polling station? It is our near money to say, oh, okay. Because Bible craft and saying it. Okay. If you have so
That's all any of now. Okay. Then everyone is there. NDC back NDC. NDC back NDC. In Naya Bank. CPP or PNC or in Naya Bank. I find the Bible class on Maya. On him, Papa is in the mind is here. NDC buy you programs to be played. They didn't because at the last time, it's not just cover for me. One year stop on your mount for but empty bar. And what do my dear almost this scanning and what you but any money to live by a what time. Okay. So we buy oil fine oil hospital. If you school at what community level in now. Maybe man you look for school. Secondary school campus address. The money I'm afraid. And Papa, a good part of address means, what about when you are coming? You are out of the you will listen to see how you see this attempt. Yeah, I'm a make it general, make us a movie. Every time everybody bonnet, so my it's what you have, I was okay. Okay. Thank you very much for calling it. Okay, so this is Mr. Pamia is going to take part in voting, but in Kaswa here, specifically at the voluntary justice police station, and that he is taking part in voting by virtue of the PSHS policy, which has been introduced by the present political party. And so, Roland, this is what is happening in Kaswa here from the main bus terminal.
Perspective from the main bus terminal where you are, and you're taking a look at what the concerns are for ordinary voters, but why they are making that decision. And that decision is very important. It's their personal choice, and that choice certainly we're also going to make sure we cover here. And on Ghana Decides, and when it comes to all things election, that is what we do right here. But we're crisscrossing the country, making sure that for all our deployed correspondents, we're in a better perspective to be able to speak to them. When it comes to all things election, up-to-the-minute information, it's right here. Ghana Decides Election Command Center. And Ibrahim Abubakar, currently, you've moved yourself to another location. Where are you currently? And I know that in Ashanti region, the hub of all the voters when it comes to the MPP, it must be massive. What's the latest sentiment you're picking up?
Exactly. Well, I'm currently at New Plan at Asafo, and a lot more people are leaving to their respective constituencies just so they'll be able to be part of this election. It appears that no one wants to be left out. But when you look at the mood yesterday and the day before yesterday, you will realize that more and more people are leaving. Currently, even though the terminal is very, very busy, and the numbers have been huge because most of them left yesterday. Some didn't know what will happen today. So just after work, they decided to come here and take their buses to their respective regions. So it's indeed clearly contrary to the earlier research that voter apathy is likely to set in. Definitely we have people who will not vote, but it appears people are having a change of mind and they want to exercise their franchise, especially for people who are going to the northern, from Ashanti to the northern part of the country, talk of the headquarters and the other workers. For them, buses have been provided for them free of charge by both the MPP and NDC. So buses have been stationed at their various party offices and other vantage locations so that these group of people can have access to their respective constituency and go and cast their ballot. So yes, more people are leaving to be able to participate in tomorrow's election.
And I'm picking a lot of sentiments across our stream as well. They say certainly when it comes to the issues of election, Kumasi remains a hub for the MPP. They're going to vote for them massively. Now, when it comes to how perhaps happy they are or the trust for the main electoral commission, that's the main body organizing this election, and then also whether security will be provided, what perspective do you get from Kumasi?
Well, it's a mixed reaction. For others, they believe that the EC and the police agencies will do a yeoman's job. others too are a bit indifferent because of happenings that they've seen. They are just hoping that on the D-Day, which is tomorrow, we wouldn't be experiencing any other or any anomalies at the various polling stations, because those are the triggers of disturbances and others. So yes, people are ready, but you know, you go to the camp of both NDC and NPP, while they have all shown commitment to ensuring to a peaceful electoral process, all of them are also saying that they will, in addition to the security agencies, help in policing the ballot so that at the end of the day, every single ballot is counted and every single ballot is protected.
Well, very interesting perspective there. But we know that you'll be going to other constituencies today, and a tall order for you, but you are a man of steel. Certainly, you can you can bear this burden and this way. We wish you all the best. Ibrahim Abubakar is one of our lead correspondents in the Ashanti region, giving us a perspective. Asafo, the station. Ibrahim, that's where you are, Asafo station?
Yes, yeah. No plan station at Asafo.
That's a very busy place, right?
Exactly, one of the busiest in the region.
Okay, so get some awache. I know that that's how you, the Kumasianos, you call wache. We call it here.
Exactly, exactly. Awache. But some to call it wache.
Wache too. All right. And I'm going to eat fufu later in the afternoon if you have some 20 minutes, okay? Ibrahim, great guy. But look, his senior, the chief bureau for that middle belt and then the northern belt is also the man himself, William Evansinkum. Great guy, great perspective of his own with great experience when it comes to reporting. William, you take a look at all that has been done. Yesterday was a concentration of the final rallies in Accra. How was it received in Kumasi for both the MPP, the NDC? I do know yesterday also we were told by the leaders of the Movement for Change and their alliance, Alan Chermanting and his guys, that they also finalized their campaign in Kumasi. How has it been received in the second biggest populous region in Ghana?
Well, absolutely. So yesterday, many were glued to their set, especially those who could not travel to Accra to partake in the final rally, talking about the NPP and the NDC. And of course, Alan Chermanting himself was here in the early part of yesterday. Last night also, I saw some of his vans also moving from one community to the other and trying to sensitize the people and also made them aware that he's also actively in tomorrow's race. So yes, many were glued to their seats, watching TV3 and all media general platforms, and listening to the final messages, I mean, from across the various political actors as far as the NPP and NDC were concerned. I mean, reaction was very obvious. Those people who are loyalists of the NDC, they think that, well, the right message has been communicated, they've been pitched well, and that is also going to translate into votes. But hey, I mean, Rodan, we can only wait for what happened tomorrow by close of polls. Of course, for the NPP, same. Interestingly, even before the rallies could kickstart, both the NDC and the MPP had also engaged the media. So let me start with the NDC. That was a press conference that Ibrahim attended. This was addressed by the regional communication officer of the party, who also took the press through some of the things that they said they have detected, which point to an alleged rigging. So we were talking about impersonations here and there, showing figures and what have you. Few hours after that particular presser, there was another presser at the Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia Secretariat here in the Ashanti region. That was also addressed by the Middle Belt Campaign Coordinator of DMB and also Member of Parliament for Efigata's Correct, Dr. Ayu Afriye. He was emphatic that the NPP was winning, or tomorrow will win by 51.7%. That was the percentage he gave his party, the NPP. And there's one particular state that he was also emphatic that the NPP was snatching, and that is the Tyne. A Tyne is the hometown of the national chairman of the NDC, and currently it's being occupied by Adam Sulemana, who is the current member of Parliament or the ticket of the NDC. And UFP is saying that Tyne's seat is already gone. Well, I don't know which scientific data he's using, but I think his confidence is born out of probably the work that they've done as far as that particular constituency is concerned. So, I mean, interesting development. But this morning, that's been pretty calm. I haven't seen much of political activity. I just want to say that maybe sober reflection, warming up into tomorrow's exercise. I've seen a couple of guys around community moving around, talking on some political figures, engaging people in the community. For instance, this is the Oforikum constituency where I am now. I was just coming from that lane where the car is coming on this particular intersection, and I saw some guys, known political figures, who were moving from house to house, though they were not done in any political attack, but these are people that I know. And I just want to believe that they are also trying to sensitize people that, hey, look, tomorrow is the D-Day, or tomorrow is the main day, so you need to come out in your numbers and vote. That has been the communication at the moment, Roland.
Well, certainly. Just across our stream, I'm just putting a question there. Why will they vote for their candidate of their choice? And I see a number of people raising their hands to say they are either going to vote for MPP, NDC, or any of them as well. But we see that down south, there's the concentration of Pamebe Diakon, a.k.a. Cheddar, on young people. Indeed, you look at the statistics, they form the bulk of the voter population as well. Do you observe his intrusion or incursion, or is able to take a slice of the chunk of the young voter population in the Ashanti region, and why?
Well, absolutely. I mean, if you had asked me this question 2 months ago, then I would have said his intrusion or incursion or influence can be likened to a hypodermic syringe. If you're talking about the efficacy level, that is how I would have likened it to. But now there is, from my observation, it looks like things are plummeting very fast in terms of influence, because he was moving the youth in droves. But I don't know what happened along the line. There was a breaking chain in terms of influence and all of that. The MPP, the NDC, and Alan Kodo are doing the most. With few weeks to the election, of course, now we have less than 24 hours. I mean, they have been doing the most. Chada's influence has, per my observation, has diminished in the Ashanti region. The youth, I'm not seeing much of him. I'm not seeing thoughts of him in the Ashanti region. Hitherto, it wasn't like that. I'm talking about when he launched his 12 Apostles, that's how I call it. Those times when he came to Kumasi, visited Menchia, moving the youth in droves, following him and all of that. But I haven't been seeing that in recent times.
Well, certainly. But it looks like then it's a done deal and a match between the MPP, the NDC. How have they been received from both sides?
Well, Roland, so you remember the last conversation
and let me say Greater Kumasi and beyond.
You know, you remember the last conversation we had barely 2 weeks ago, and I said that when it comes to the both economic and political environment of the Ashanti region, they are conservative. I mean, they believe in tradition, and because of its cosmopolitan nature, we have other people also joining. And if you look at the 2021 housing and population census, you will understand there are other people who are not indigenous people, but they are also bringing. And if you speak to the political experts, and of course, experts in population, they tell you that these are the people who form the creating voters. Because somebody who is an NPP person, right from the days of the UP and then NLM, continue to remain an NPP person. Somebody who's an NDC person maybe traces its roots from CPP through AFRC, PNDC, and then the NDC will continue to remain an NDC person. So those who come in between are people probably might have traveled from other places and then are settling here. And those are in terms of figures, maybe a fraction of the voter population. Nonetheless, the two major political parties, of course, would need their number to be able to also brighten their chances of hitting the very target that they set for themselves. Yes, the MPP and the NDC are still dominating. So if you hear people talk politics, it is either an MPP or an NDC. Sometimes you also hear people talk about Alan Kwedu-Kyerematen, and it's for obvious reasons.
Okay.
Alan Kwedu-Kyerematen hails from the Ashanti region. Ejoso is where his base is. Of course, I told you that the Granto MPP guys and who are ardent followers or believers of Kufuor, most of them are also supporting Alan Kwedu-Kyerematen. But for recent comments, now Kufuor has come out to say that he is supporting. Of course, he couldn't have said otherwise. He is supporting his candidate, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. As to whether that has swayed the supporters of Alan Kwedu-Kyerematen, who are believers of Kufuor, I cannot say that for a fact because I don't bring evidence to tell you that yes, indeed, that has happened. So it is very, very, unwise on my part to conclude. But and the fact that we know what they believe and how they also manage their beliefs, we want to believe that even if there's going to be a situation like that, maybe split, some will go back, others will also remain with Alan Kwedu-Kyerematen. So yes, Alan Kwedu-Kyerematen influence in the Ashanti region, even if it is 0.1%, it is still an influence. And of course, it's also, capitalizing on that. And that's the more reason why last night, I wasn't surprised. You're saying, he revitalizing his campaign in the Ashanti region, especially where his main office is. You know, this is where his headquarters is. He has Kumasi is where his headquarters is, and around Patasi area. I saw a number of his vans moving around that particular area, and also letting people know that Alan Kwedu-Kyerematen is actively in the race, like I said earlier.
Very interesting perspective from you as well. There's a last question I want to ask you. We have a number of regular viewers or across our Facebook stream. Please make sure you share the stream and let us know what you think. So I have Imedo Nassar, who has just joined us. Agongo Roger says, those MPP guys who are dreaming that Bawumia will win the election should also wake up now. And then I have many more who also say Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia is going to win. And that's Mahamudu Yakubu, who says vote number 1. Empress Inshira says Mahama winning simple. Now Yaukumi seemed to be riling up a lot of people, or angering a lot of people on social media. And this is what he said, we sensible voters in the central region, we're giving MPP 70% power to the people, he says. But this is on social media. It's very mixed, and you can put that into perspective. Generally, we know that President Kufuor, you take a look at 76.9, and the president in 2016, indeed, 76.3. The last time he did 71, the Ashanti region. What are you picking up from your sources? How well can the governing party do, or how poorly can the opposition NDC perform?
Well, so if people are going to vote based on, I'm talking about the ardent supporters of the MPP or the believers of the MPP, because I've said that any believer of the MPP, even if he's angry at the parties, will not vote for the NDC. Will decide not to vote at all, and that affects the numbers of the MPP in their country region. If they are going to vote based on monumental projects, that, well, you said we're going to eat interchange, drink interchange, sleep interchange. These were words of the former Roads and Highways Minister when he was occupying that space, and in one of those days he visited the Ashanti region, promising them that we're going to eat interchange, sleep interchange, wake up interchange, and what have you. Literally, there are going to be lots of interchanges spread across the Ashanti region. If people are going to vote on such monumental projects, and for instance, the mother and baby units, which is which is still stalled. And of course, the regional minister has said that they will not be able to complete it. Of course, I mean, Roland, you can't do this one, even if we have the money now. That particular project cannot be completed in less than 24 hours. We are not Jesus Christ or God for miracles. It can't happen. If people are going to base their vote on that, then the fear is that there could be some level of apathy towards the MPs. But a few weeks to the election, we've also seen a number of projects that have been in the Ashanti region. For instance, road projects, commissioning of certain major hospitals. So yesterday, for instance, the president was here to commission Agenda 111 Shredder Hospital, and of course, there was another Agenda 111 hospital in the Conference that was also commissioned. We're seeing road projects, either ways, rehabilitation, and also new one being constructed and all of that. And that one is also happening. Well, if people are satisfied with that, then it's a positive for them. But if they're going to base their vote on monumental projects like the mother and baby unit, like the interchange, like the School of Creative Arts, then there's going to be some level of apathy towards the NPP.
Well, William Evans Senkum knows his stuff, knows Kumasi like no other, and certainly we'll get back to you. But we know that you've also deployed correspondents across the Middle Belt, the northern part of the country, and so we will certainly be expecting a lot more from you. But thank you for great work done this morning. But now we have to continue bigger conversations right here. I've seen that on your side of the studio, you're beefing up your people.
Yes, thank you so much, Roland. Yes, on this side, our panel is growing. We've just been joined by one of my favorite lecturers. Yes, Dr. Kobe Mensah, senior lecturer from the University of Ghana in political marketing, among others. He's just joined us now. He's joined lawyer Kwame Jantwa here on the panel. Doc, you're welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Great to have you. Good to see you. Good to see you again.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
You know.
Did you follow the rallies yesterday?
Of course, absolutely, keenly.
Okay.
You know, I was actually sort of stuck to making sure that I could actually have a very good and fair assessment.
Okay.
If I have to do that.
What's your assessment?
Well, immediately I could tell about the stage management. You know, I think that the MPP needs to pick up their act. I mean, it wasn't great.
Stage management.
Yeah, you know, because it's part of the entire political campaign. How decent the stage looks. Their stage was too crowded, and I think too busy. You know, the coordination wasn't there. I mean, you even had light issues, etc.
Do things like that matter when it comes to voter sentiment?
It does. I mean, it speaks to your character. You know, in general, human beings. If somebody comes to your house is not well organized, what are you going to think about the person? You see, you have to be meticulous in the way you do things, especially a government as a party in power. You have the resources, you have the human capacity, you know, to put things in place, and not to even talk about the fact that he had, you know, two presidents. I mean, the former president, you know, Kufuor was there, and then you have Nana Addo there, and then of course your candidate. These are prominent individuals. Assuming that, you know, someone from abroad is actually watching, someone who is not a Ghanaian is watching, that's a representation of the country, all right? Especially having such eminent human beings, you know, on that stage. It has to be properly done.
Okay.
But of course, you know, the usual Ghanaian thing. People think that it doesn't matter, but it does. It speaks a lot of language, you know. If you compare that with the NDC, sharp contrast, you know. And so you could probably say that whilst in a position, because you're struggling for power, you want to do things, you know, in a manner that actually speaks to your hunger, you know, for power, perhaps, all right? But I suppose that the two of them, obviously, they behaved well. It was decent. Obviously, within my vicinity, University of Ghana, so we could see what is happening. You know, I think that the supporters of the political parties must be, you know, sort of congratulated for the decent way that they handle themselves. Of course, it goes to the credit of the organizers too. I'm sure they might have been saying, punctured, you know, their speeches with, you know, tolerance, etc. And as a result, it's reflected in that. I feel that our political, you know, systems have matured, but we still have a long way to go because there were a lot of untruths, said, on the stages. Of course, I remember one time speaking to Ode Sykes. He says, rallies are not the place that you ask questions. Yeah. And so political parties tend to say anything, almost anything on rallies. But it speaks to character. It speaks to integrity. You cannot say things that are not founded because it's a rally. I think that because, there had been a lot of fact-checking, from what they were said. And a lot of them are untrue. And that's what
a lot of them are untrue.
Oh, many of them are untrue, Look at the free SHS, for example, the number of people who have actually benefited free SHS is in contention, Yeah. And so for me, when leaders exhibit sheer for lack of a better word, lack of integrity, I think it bothers me. There are things
you don't think there could have been errors?
Exactly. They should try as much as possible to be very transparent and to be very truthful to the Ghanaian people.
Let me ask, Kobe said something in his commentary. He indicated that they have the resources. How do you determine whether they have the resources or not? Because in staging that, it's assumed that it is not the party, the government that's doing it, but it's the party. So if they have resources, where do those resources come from?
I'm going to ask you to hold on to answering that just a moment. I'll come back to you.
Thank you.
But we want to take you back to the rally grounds last night where both the NDC and the MPP held their final rallies. You'd say their final campaign opportunity to address the followers, the voters, the general Ghanaian population. And for those of you who missed it, these are some of the things that were said during the rallies.
In Ghana's law, it is a crime to mislead voters. It is there in the law.
So all those involved and those who will commit such power.
As a brother, so now you say you are there, and maybe
the time is near and we know our opponents want to rig the election. We got an intel. I want us all to ask the EC that how did NPP get printing plates used in printing and registering ballot papers? I was informed that the police arrested a vehicle at Hohwe which had ballot paper and other equipment in it today. The station officer there, if you release the car, you will be dealt with.
It is our station officer Hohwe. We release our car now. In Ghana's law, it is a crime to mislead voters. It is there in the law.
So all those involved and those who will commit such crimes will be punished when NDC comes into power.
In the area of agriculture, we came up with the Planting for Food and Jobs program. The Planting for Food and Jobs program is one of the most successful agricultural programs that we have implemented in this country. We have more than doubled the rate of growth in agriculture, and we have increased food security in Ghana. You see the whole of Africa. We have 54 countries. The countries with the most food security, or if you rank the countries by food security, Ghana is number 3 in Africa, and out of the 54 countries, number 3 in Africa in terms of food security. We have done, when we came into office, Ghana did not have a working address system. You had to use landmarks by the tree, by the blue house for directions in many places. Today, we have implemented the digital property address system, and you can find anywhere in Ghana, any location in Ghana.
It's in a chat room.
To conclude, I will plead with the Security Service and the Electoral Commission to have pity on Ghanaians, and the necessary work expected of them should be done genuinely so that what Ghanaians want, they will receive it.
Enti mesremo. Omo be hwa abato no so. Omo hwe no omo nye wo madwuma yie. MPP for ni bi. Na
Some MPP members wanted to mislead Ghanaians that they can vote on separate days. What those members have done is a criminal offense, but because their party is in power, nothing can be done to them. But when NDC comes into power, Nana P and whoever was involved will be punished.
NDC ba Nana B ne sa nkrofo no mo yesa no. Ye be che o matum.
In the area of healthcare,
and those were some pictures from last night's rallies from both the NDC and the NPP. And Doc, suddenly my eyes just, I started comparing the two setups. And I see your point about, the crowding.
You're a PR journalism person, so you can understand.
I see your point about the crowding on the stage, but isn't that expected at political rallies?
No, of course. I mean, even I'm a strategist, and I'm managing such a huge political party. All these things. I mean, if you look at the American elections, you saw it.
Yes.
Purposefully arranged. Sometimes mixing the races, the black people here, the white people intersected. Intersected in the. You have, the Asians, you stage manage for effect.
All of these things matter.
Absolutely,
okay.
For effect. Now, this I don't think was properly thought through with the MPPs stage. It looks very crowded. I mean, you want to focus on the candidate. That's the point of view, the candidate. And so you give a lot of wide spaces so that the candidate can actually shine out, and it adds to what we call the cognitive
the optics
effect.
matter.
Absolutely. It adds to the cognitive effect. Because people are watching and listening. Sometimes some persons are actually having a lot of things, but the way the stage is managed actually brings them into the conversation.
Right.
And so if you have this, I mean, and I was actually listening to, Kwame saying that, the resource, where they got it from. Once it's a government, a party in power, you tend to attract a lot of resources. As to where you're getting it from, I'm not sure. I don't know.
That's the question is.
So your point is you attract the resources, not that you have the resources.
Judicious use of the resources.
All right, well, that makes sense.
I mean, they should do better next time. They should do better next time.
Okay.
I mean, but frankly, the credit to the NDC stage, it was amazing. The branding, and it speaks to the entire campaign, of the NDC. I think that if you really want to do an assessment from a purely commercial, professional perspective, they probably put their monies to good use.
All right.
So may I ask, if it so happened that former and late President Rawlings, former and late President Atta Mills were alive, will they have a busy stage like the MPP?
Well.
Another question.
Because you see, with the MPP, they have all their former people there.
Yeah.
And with their former people come others with them. So if same were true, President Rawlings was alive, President Atta Mills was alive, will we have a similar stage for the MPP?
They had equally prominent people, They had the general secretary there. They had the chair. I agree. But I'm saying that even as they had prominent people there, the point of focus was always on the one who is speaking. Do you get the point? So they arranged in such a way that they did not compete for eyeballs.
Okay.
But in this case, they didn't do it that way. Well, so I am sure that the stage management would still be better because the point of focus is always the person speaking, not the other.
That's something to consider next time.
Will the impact be on the elites looking at it, or the impact be on the ordinary masses?
For the
in terms of the arrangement of the stage.
People on stage.
No, I'm sure those who do event management can tell us because they have the professionalism. But of course, there's a certain way that you can, camera angles. You can have a three-dimensional, camera angle that could actually show or bring people into view at some point, and then put the person that is in focus at some point as well.
But
so these
from
things,
a purely PR point of view, and the cognitive effects that you mentioned. When the masses, like lawyer mentioned, when the masses watch your stage and they see all your big people on the stage, they see the former presidents, they see the big shots in the party on the stage, the effect of that is that, well, you have the support, or this candidate has the support of all the party bigwigs.
Absolutely.
Isn't that the
absolutely,
case?
but you can still achieve that with a different arrangement.
Okay.
You know, you will still achieve that, because as I was saying, if you look at the NDC stage, all right, when you are speaking, you are actually sort of decoupled, you know, from the stage that the big shots are sitting.
So they should have had a separate spot for
so they could
the
have that arrangement. That's it.
All right.
That's the point. So you can still achieve what you want to do by demonstrating endorsement from your big waves, you know, from your big wigs, without necessarily competing with the eyeballs.
Right.
Yeah, you can still achieve the same effect.
Right. All right. Now let's talk about the tailoring of their campaign messages. I mean, when both the NDC and the NPP launched their campaigns, there were similarities in the messages or their campaign promises, from healthcare to education, which we spoke about earlier. Free SHS, both of them seem to want to continue or enhance it to make it better. Infrastructure, the economy, and so on. But both of them sort of tailored their messages differently. So we hear about reviewing, and we hear about resetting, and we hear about the digital, digitalization, the digital direction versus focus on industrialization and agriculture and so on. Let's discuss them individually. Let's start with the NDC campaign messaging. Okay. And their promises.
Okay.
I'd like to start with Kwame Jantua. Do you think that their messaging is well tailored to draw in the voters, especially the young voters, about 1.5 million of them who are going to be voting for the first time this year?
It depends on the strategicness of the message they are putting out and how that message influences especially the young voter. What is the young voter looking for in a new government? What is the young voter looking for in a president? What is the young voter looking for in a party standing for power? And listening to some of the young people has got to do with education, it's got to do with jobs, and surprisingly, it's got to do with galamsey. When you look at some of the things they are talking about, these three stand tall. Now, if it so happens that the parties have highlighted all these areas, how do you achieve what you have said? Because we've seen in the past, and for me, political promises are political promises.
What does that mean?
When it comes to the doing, it is something else. The promises that were made in 2016, 2017 by this government, how many of those promises have been able to be achieved?
Well, the free SHS has been fully implemented.
Apart from free SHS.
Some of the Agenda 111 hospitals.
Some of the Agenda 111 hospitals. Agenda 111 hospitals, we were told were supposed to be finished in 18 months.
Yeah.
Then you had one district, one dam. Where is that? A lot of some of the things that were promised haven't been achieved. Housing.
Well, some of the promises have actually continued into this manifesto as well, because the Agenda 111 is set to, be completed if the NPP continues to be in power after the elections.
Every government has 4 years, not 8. Has 4 years. So the promises that you make within that 4-year duration,
they should be doable.
No, even if it should be doable, how are you going to finance it? That is one area that we are not told. Let me ask, the manifestos, and maybe Kobe will be able to elaborate further. The manifestos that have been brought out, has it been costed? The things you've put in there, how much is it going to cost the taxpayer for it to be brought to fruition? Don't forget that all these promises, the funds that are needed are the people's money. It's not the political party's money, it's the people's money. And how you manage that money matters. Especially, for instance, the energy sector.
for me, which is the blood of any promise you make, where does the energy sector stand today? Looking at the debt in the energy sector, are we going to be able to pay that debt and get these projects going? Because you need power in everything you do. You cannot run away from it. So I would have liked a situation where there are existing projects. Outline those projects. Let us see those projects that need to be done. Cost those projects and tell us where the money is going to come from to do it. Because you find they come in, they give the promises, and they don't know jack where the money is coming from. Then you see a situation where taxes now keep rising. And then people question, well, why? But we want to do this, we want to do that, we want to do that. Where do you think the money comes from? But tell us now. So for instance, Vice President Bawumia has indicated that there's going to be a flat tax.
Yeah.
Is that not going to create a gap in certain areas?
How?
If now we don't have a flat tax and we are taxing, there's money coming in. With the flat tax, definitely it reduces the revenue coming in. But then
they say that the flat tax system is supposed to widen the tax net so that it affects the informal sector as well, which is the sector that isn't paying the tax it is supposed to. So we have more people in the tax bracket, and then we make more money.
How do you convince them to come into the tax net if it's a flat tax? How?
Because
show us the process and procedures you put in place
to get them to want to pay taxes.
Exactly. But you see, they won't do that. They won't do the work that needs for them to widen the net. Then the next thing you see, a lot of taxes are being put indirectly on fuel, on VAT, and all that. And it blocks that flat tax thing that they want to do. And they're silent about it. I want clarity. I don't mind if you bring 10 promises, but there's clarity in terms of how you are going to fund it, in terms of the accountability issues to do with projects, in terms of procurement issues to do with projects, so that it is clear. When you now come in and you are exercising it, everybody can follow.
Okay.
And you don't tend to see that when we make these promises. So we make a huge list of promises. We will do this, we will do that, we will do this, we will do that. Within 4 years, sometimes it's not possible.
You think it's overambitious?
Sometimes it is overambitious.
Okay.
And sometimes you find that a previous government has not finished promises that they made. A new government comes in, they don't take it up, although by the constitution you have to take it up. It is left, and then new projects are taking on, and then you don't even have the finances to finish those projects. When the 4-year comes and it's not finished, then you see there's a huge gamut of projects
that are unfinished.
Exactly.
Do you agree with those who think that we should have one national agenda so that political parties do not put forward their independent plans or vision for the country? So there is one, and whoever wins just feeds into it and continues.
I am a huge student of the national agenda. That was part of the 40-year National Development Plan. And we need that.
We need that. It
depends on how the different political parties would execute it. But we need that plan. And what that plan should do, apart from having it, we need to be able to educate everybody as to what is in that plan. And we can monitor how government is doing. If one person has used development plans to build Ghana, and we are still benefiting from what he did, why do we say development plans aren't, what do you call it? And manifestos, they are promises from a particular party. If another party comes in, they don't care about your promises.
Yeah, but that notwithstanding, Doc, we see a lot of similarities between the manifesto promises of the NDC and the NPP in terms of of healthcare, the economy, well, not so much the economy, but healthcare, education, job creation, and so on. Do you see that the tailoring of the messaging from both parties would help?
All right, now, just before I go to that, let me contribute something to what Kwame said before I lose my thought on that. It's about development agenda. Yes. I think that it's very idealistic.
Idealistic?
Absolutely, because if you have a country whose money for development is given to you by someone else, how do you actually take charge of your own destiny? I mean, I'm sure, I don't know the numbers, but I'm sure my friend Lord Mesa perhaps can actually tell us, maybe about 60% of our money for development is actually given to you by foreign partners that you call development partners, right? Now, how do you then say that you're going to actually commit to X number of projects? That is where you think the country or the nation had agreed as a development plan. I think that until we take charge, and I quite like what Setepe once said that about homegrown policies. I haven't delved deep into it, whether it is indeed homegrown, as in they had a source and the funds internally sourced and also committed to internally agreed problems. If that's the approach that the country can take, and perhaps successive government actually follow that, we can have a national agenda. But if you look at the countries that actually follow national agenda, you're talking about China, for example. You're talking about countries that have a unitary, governance. In that space, you can do that. But a country that has a very polarized, diversified ideological basis, it's difficult to achieve that. Even to talk about the idea that your money is given to you from Britain, given to you from America, given to you from the Asians. Everyone is going to have a piece of pie of you, and it's going to determine where you commit their resources to.
If our resources were local, if we could fund our development agenda,
we can take care of it.
Would a national development agenda work, especially seeing as voters vote along the lines of promises which are made, the manifesto which is read, and so on?
The development agenda becomes the overarching, theme under which we actually plug in the various policies. You see, as the question that you asked about the political parties having similarity in their messaging, and that's exactly what I mean. In political marketing, we have what we call broadcast messaging, all right? Your overarching theme, and if you look at the MPP and NDC, MPP say bold solutions, NDC say reset in Ghana. Now, underneath this, they have a sub-theme, all right, that actually capture. So you realize that the issues are the same. I mean, our issues haven't been different. I remember speaking to Kwesi Jonah and says that anybody, any political party or any politician that says that they don't know the issues of this country and so they have to go and listen to people before, then they're not serious. Because from ancient days, our problems have been the same. Education is, we have inequalities in education. We have, insufficient education materials. Healthcare, absolutely terrible, healthcare systems. We have water and sanitation. So the issues are consistently the same. The policies is where you have innovation, all right? And so if you unpack the campaign into these two areas, policies and issues. And so when people say, oh, we don't have issue-based campaign in Ghana, I ask myself, really? The issues are there. It's about the policies. Innovative policies is what actually becomes the dividing lines between these political parties. And let me give you a typical example. If you look at the MPP, under their bold solutions, they talk about digitalization,
yes.
Right? They talk about credit schemes, all right? They talk about STEM education. I think there was a little variation to the free SHS, but they didn't actually kind of throw a lot of focus on that. They actually went back to free SHS as an overarching theme, as opposed to perhaps not overarching, but as opposed to one of the key themes, as opposed to the digitalization, which they were, sort of, running with earlier on, all right? But I suppose when they realized that the campaign wasn't really there, they had to switch to free SHS. Don't forget, right from the beginning, Baumia actually decoupled from Nanado policies, talking about cancelling e-levy, talking about pulling some kind of policies off. So there was a decoupling there, but they ran back to Nanado. Yesterday, they enumerated quite a number of policies, which I think Kennedy Japan started from Kufuor era, all right, enumerated those, and then came to Nanado era. Very little did he actually say about going forward, all right? And so you could realize that the campaign really hatched on, in the past, because they were much more masses-oriented kind of policies, that could actually tie into what people are expecting.
Okay.
Now, for their own policy going forward in this election, they were very much here, elitist, all right? And
this year.
They wouldn't agree, but if you talk about STEM education, when we still have people under trees studying, which Bawumia himself milked it big time, went to sit in some classrooms and say, people on the street. And the tree students are still there. But you're talking about STEM education. I've built some kind of fantastic scientific something. We're moving the curriculum to scientific. The kids still don't have books. All right? So you could see the difference between the center-right and the center-left policy and ideological position playing big time in this particular election, all right?
And do you think that position has shifted? You said in the beginning they were elitist. Has that shifted?
They realized that it was not resonating. So they ran back to Akufo-Addo, Kufuor type of, to sort of make sure that the masses can actually hear them, all right? Because nobody actually understands your digitalization that you're talking about. Credit rating system in a very poor country. I mean, you're kidding. When we're in England, we're all running from credit systems, all right? But you talk about it, it is not resonating. So they have to go back to free SHS, all right? So the policies that they articulated for this particular election was too elitist. They didn't follow the convention of, Kufuor and Nana Addo. And so they were struggling, all right? If you look at the NDC on the other hand, absolutely to the masses, all right? If you talk about 24-hour industrial, by the way, which is not only by, Mahama, which Alancha Martinez talked about, that is very much in response to reality, because the digitalization that could actually spur up jobs is not in my village as the new Takadi. People want practical, handheld jobs, not that type of digitalization where you say, oh, you can sit in your room and then work for an American company. Come on, man. People need actual things to do, all right? Things that they can relate to. So
but similar concerns were raised about, mobile money interoperability. Similar concerns were raised about the Ghana card.
I agree.
But we've seen them come to fruition, and we're all benefiting from it.
But my point is that if you look at mobile money interoperability, all right, of course, it gets back to the beginning, the people, the basis, all right? But if you talk about the coding, people having quite a lot of them, which, by the way, the two of them talked about it, but they were actually highlighting it as one of their key campaign messages, that people can get jobs working for international firms abroad on a virtual level. It doesn't actually resonate like mobile money interoperability. These are two different concepts, all right? And then again, if you look at the NDC side, they talk about youth ministry. Absolutely plugs in to the reality. If you talk about the Women's Bank, I'm sure that somebody in the would appreciate what you're talking about. Okay. So for me, I think that they pitched, but it is not surprising, because if you look at the character of Bawumia's supposed governance or supposed government, it is much more elitist than what Nana Addo brought. I always tell people that if you want to see a center-right policy, it's exactly what Nana Addo actually hatched on. Clean up the banking sector. Why do you focus on financial markets as a government in a poorly indebted country, all right? You would want to move to the social aspect, and that's what Kufuor did. Okay. So the conversation about Kufuor's government being different from Nana Addo's government could be seen from even where they borrowed. Nana Addo went so much into the capital market. Mills, Kufuor, etc., were doing bilateral loans, etc., all right? And so you could see these policy nuances and telling you how the character and the philosophy of a government is. If you look at Bawumia's government, completely different from Nana Addo and Kufuor's government, right, in character, because they talk about things that are very much elitist than things that actually plug into the masses.
All right.
But now, don't you also think that we tend to bring our political parties before country? Because there are certain things that we need to be able to discuss as a country, that this is good for us. Let's all come to an agreement that because this is good for us, let's find a way of doing it. What Kobe just enumerated
when you look at the underlying fact and you look at the promises and policies they brought, there seem to be a lot of similarities.
There are a lot of similarities.
If there are a lot of similarities, isn't that ironical that we can't have a national agenda?
So his point is that the issues are similar, but the policy direction and the innovation in tackling those issues is where, there are different approaches.
And the end result is what? That is where the challenge is. And the end result is what? And that end result is linked into available finance to achieve that end result.
Absolutely.
And if that available finance is not there,
it's not local.
How do you do it?
Absolutely. The problem though is that when you take what concerns us to the negotiating table for the one who is giving the money, will they say yes or no? I mean, Japan is giving an X amount of money to implement what they think is good for you. If you take what we have agreed home and say that, oh, this is our position, at the negotiation table, are they going to agree to it? France.
What are the key considerations at the negotiation table?
When you're going for money, Kwame is very much invested.
It's more personal interest than your interest.
France is giving you money.
The country wants to make sure that they can milk anything they can get out of you.
They're targeting your raw material resources.
You see now, this is where the challenge is, and this is where Galamsey comes into focus.
Right.
Look, if we had a collective decision on Galamsey, are you trying to tell me we cannot make money out of it?
We cannot make money out of Galamsey?
Yes. Are you trying to tell me?
Come again.
If collectively we decide to put Galamsey in a much formal way, where it creates jobs for people.
You mean licensing?
Whatever we do together, that this is how Galamsey should go. We should stop this illegal thing, but let's make it formal, and let's try as much as possible to earn as much as we want out of it.
We already have small-scale mining.
What's small-scale mining giving Ghana? Wasn't it Vice President Baumia who went to the Emirates, and they said X quantum of gold has been brought in, but it didn't reflect here? It is not as if the country is a poor country. We are poor up here. We are poor up here. But in terms of natural resources, what can't we do? Look, when we discovered oil and gas, 2010, the idea was that GMPC will become an IOC, International Oil Company, so that they can also extract exploration to production. And because of that, we decided that the revenue that was coming in, GMPC will get its money direct from the BFA. Direct. It doesn't go anywhere. They get it to build the capacity. Where is GMPC today being an IOC? Where is it today being an IOC? Because you see, we do not want to bring country first. First of all, because of personal interest. Secondly, because of procurement. Because those in the fray want to make money from what they are doing. But you cannot, a country cannot exist that way. A country can only exist if the natural resources that bring the revenue in is able to give the country that kind of money to do things. We've been mining gold for how many years? Have we benefited? South Africa has been mining gold for how many years? Go there and see. Obuasi and
Anglo Gold.
No, Obuasi and the town in South Africa that it starts with a P. Pretoria.
Yeah, completely different.
Completely different.
I lived in Pretoria. Absolutely
different. We're mining diamonds. What happened? We found oil. Tell me how many local companies are in oil today. After a while, we could have said, shallow water oil should be given to Ghanaians to do.
Okay.
Open it up.
Okay.
But
I see your point now.
Politics has become a profession where people feel they make money out of it. Politics is not a profession.
What is it?
It's a service.
To the nation. Right.
It's a service.
All right. All right.
Now it's become profession.
Well, yeah, there are career politicians, you know. I'm going to...
This is where now we should be able to sit together and say, this is wrong, let's change it. We should be able. Political parties should be able. A leader should come and say, this is wrong. Let's change it for the future. Otherwise, the young ones coming feel that is the norm.
Yes.
And they won't change it.
Yes.
and the country continues to sink.
That's an important point to consider there. I'm in studio now with lawyer Kwame Janto and Dr. Kobe Mensah. Also in studio on the other side of the daybreak shift, Pakwesi Asari is here. Roland Walker is also here. But Pakwesi, let me come to you now. What do you have for us in terms of the data?
Well, now it's exciting to hear you guys talk about all the promises that all these politicians make in the run-up to elections. We know the NPP is promising, the NDC is also promising, and sometimes you wonder if these promises can be achieved in 4 years. Yeah. A lot of them promising heaven on earth, promising to transform lives, you know, to make the economy better within 4 years. I'll run you through a few things that the NDC flag bearer John Mahama has been saying in the lead up to Saturday's election, and then we'll talk about the NPP as well and some of the things they've been talking about and what they intend to do ahead of the election. So we start off from the economy, where John Mahama is talking about a national economic dialogue. He wants to hold a dialogue within the first 120 days to draw up a 4-year fiscal consolidation program. Very, very interesting there. Again, he wants to abolish the e-levy. We know that's a very popular promise among the youth. I mean, especially looking at the fact that he also wants to, you know, abolish the 10% levy on betting, bet winnings. I mean, that is very popular amongst the youth. You know, he said that in Manchagbona a couple of months ago when he visited there, and there was so much excitement. We also know that Dr. Bawumia has also promised to review that when he's voted into power. John Mahama also wants to review import duties and levies on vehicles and equipment for industry and agriculture. He's talking about rationalizing port fees and charges. He wants to implement an emergency measure to stabilize the Ghana cedi and the macro economy as well. He wants to use the price stabilization and recovery levy to cushion consumers. A few other things he's talking about. He says he will investigate the NPP's opaque gold for oil program. He would also review the gold purchase program of the central bank. Amongst other things, he talks about education and says there'll be no academic fee policy for first years in public tertiary institutions, free tertiary education for persons with disabilities. And that's also a major issue. I mean, people are saying that we're under an IMF program. We're going through a fiscal consolidation period. Where is he going to get this money to fund this free tertiary education for persons with disabilities, and also to pay for first years in public tertiary institutions? I don't know if, Mr. Jantua, you'd want to take a bite on that. On this policy of no academic fee policy for first years in public tertiary institutions, as well as a free education for persons with disabilities.
You see, in as much as it sounds good in the ear, how are we going to finance it? You know, when you make such promises, I believe you should support it with where the money is coming
Somebody
from.
takes 28 million home every month. National service.
Right.
There's money.
Kobe Mensah there.
Yes,
but politicians are misusing
but
it.
whatever the case is, let the people know. Look, with all the promises that have been made, it needs to be transparent and accountable. We need to be able to tell that X quantum of students are going to come in. This is how we're going to finance it. This is what we expect from parents. And this is where the money is going to come from. Simple.
Senior, my colleagues' finance department, they tell us that if the CPGs are actually closed, this country can fund almost every education.
The wastage.
You know,
okay.
No, I mean, come to think about it.
The wastage.
You pay, and sorry to bring that topic on, you pay 700 cedis to national service persons, but someone is corrupting 28 million a month. That tells you that you could even pay the national service 1,000 cedis. Look, we can fund education if we block the kind of monies that people are, chopping for free. If you look at the level of corruption, look at somebody's underbird. What happened? Millions and millions. It means the state has the capacity to actually get people to the university free of charge.
You know, one of the major challenges too, when you look at a country like Botswana, they use all their diamond revenue to fund education.
Absolutely.
So everybody knows. And because of that, they can structure it properly. Look at our oil industry. We have 4 priority areas, education being one of them. Then you find that a lot of the money that comes in is taken to education and the rest are left ajar. Let's decide. We want to do education. We want to do it properly because we need the human resource. Let's use the oil money for education.
And then
period.
One of the innovators, you remember,
period.
Setepe talks about the ESLA.
Yes.
You follow that argument.
Yeah.
He keeps saying that we set up ESLA, that we can actually use it to fund,
to pay
for
debts.
These are innovative thinking. We can have a certain fund. The GET fund was actually to serve a certain purpose in education. Could you
mortgage?
Don't you think that if we could actually reinvent the GET fund and say, I am sure that every Ghanaian can go to the university free of charge?
Well, that is actually one of the key policies.
You see, this is where now I talk about collectiveness.
Yes.
This is where I feel
one agenda.
We need to sit and go through these things with a fine-tooth comb and identify the areas where it could be maximum benefit to the people.
Yeah.
Right.
Once we're able to do that, then we follow it through.
Yeah.
And we stop all this NDC, MPP, and we have done, it's not helping anybody.
I don't support wholesale scholarship for everybody else. If I have a child in school, I can pay.
Exactly.
And I think the Ghanaian had actually moved on. See, people make reference to 70s when Cocoa Scholarship. We have moved on. People have become decent people now. If you call on people to say, if you know you can pay, please exempt yourself. A lot of people will do that. And you put in mechanisms where people who don't and are caught, they face the law. So if you can pay and you disclose that you can't pay and your child is funded and later we'll find out that you're chief executive of XYZ, no, not XYZ, but a certain, organization, and you have claimed that you are needy, you face the law.
You don't agree with the wholesale approach? Well,
no, I don't.
That's one of the key criticisms that the Free SHS has faced from parents who think that those who can pay should be allowed to pay.
Of course. I mean, if I can pay about 8 persons of my family in school, why should my child actually benefit from free SHS?
But this no-fee policy, the NDC promise to cater for the first year, what do you call it?
First year
fees for university students is one that a lot of people have embraced.
I think it's a brilliant idea, but they need to put in a mechanism where eventually it would separate those who can't pay.
Okay.
So that we can use the money,
the excess,
take care of people's health needs, because in every point in time, people have needs, a lot of it, all right?
Okay.
So if you can put a sunset clause and say, for the next 5 years, we're developing the capacity to be able to identify those who can pay and those who can't pay. And so we can use the excess money to actually fund those who can pay and their health needs as well.
Well, I guess that also raises the question, what would be the metrics for measurements for those who can pay versus those who cannot pay? Because, there's an assumption that if you earn X amount of money, you should be able to pay for X, Y, and Z.
Absolutely.
But then people's individual needs and the things that they have to do and their responsibilities vary. So is it going to be based on what your earnings are?
Now, you see, the point
or your responsibilities to others? Or the amount of money you are seen to spend during the month? And how can you even tell how much people make, how much they owe,
the reality
and
is
so
that
on?
There are what we call basic needs. Right?
Okay.
As a lecturer, I don't take a lot of money.
Is that
so? No.
Okay.
But at least I can meet certain basic, fundamental needs. All right. Certainly, the education of your child should be able to be one of the basic needs. And of course, the welfare or livelihood of human being is not static, it's dynamic. When your situation change, you can file that I've lost my job, etc., so I can pay. Then the system recognizes that. But of course, there's a certain base measure.
Complicated and cumbersome?
No, people have done it. So how did the Western people develop their structures?
Okay.
The world moves in an incremental way. You just don't get up and say, I have developed a system. You have to start from somewhere, and you have to have a sunset clause. If you look at the Bretton Woods, after the Second World War, they set up systems to build Britain. Is Britain now in need of Bretton Woods money? No, they don't. You win off institutions or you win off systems by putting a certain structure in place and knowing that by the next 5 years, all right, you had developed the capability to identify. How did we come to build NHIS, for example, or even the NIA? It's through,
incremental.
Incremental processes.
Yes.
So I believe that whatever we start is free. It shouldn't be wholesale free.
Okay.
We should have a sunset clause and say that free for the next 5 years while we build up the capabilities.
All right.
When we find out and then we start asking people to register, of course you have certain, they claim that we have the Ghana card can now trace people to where they are, what they do, etc.
Yes, now it's linked to your bank account.
Exactly.
You can see
if that's
the money
case, then we have
how
the
much you're paid and so on.
If I can just quickly add.
Okay.
We need to look at the education system we have. SHS, JSS, JS, and then S, because it still leaves some people out of it.
How?
If you don't pass your JSS, you can't go to SSS.
Absolutely.
And what happens to those people?
In the primary school.
In the primary school. We need to look at that. But again, this free thing, how does it develop us? Because you find that
it gives everyone equal access.
Politicians hide behind that free and free here. It doesn't then endanger people to now go out and look for their own. We need a system where the politician can create the kind of jobs that can limit this free thing.
But the free SHS allows everybody, regardless of your economic background or social network, to access education.
Fair enough. I don't have a problem there. But if I can pay, why should I put my child in?
You can even make it optional, people to opt in.
You've got
I
to
would
be
want
able
to respect myself to opt into that, to say, I'll pay for my child.
And generally, we have to create a certain support system.
Okay.
For those who find it extremely difficult to find work. Extremely difficult.
Isn't it even ironic that in our individual homes, when you have a broad chest, you take a lot of family benefits?
Yes.
When you have a broad chest.
Yeah, the Americans will say that those who have broad chest should pay more taxes, i.e. when you have a lot of resources.
You have the wherewithal.
If you have a broad chest, you take a lot of. So you go to the village, you bring Kwesi in, you bring Ama in, etc.
Got it.
So why don't we translate that cultural practices?
A government policy.
Exactly.
Let's go back to Kwesi and take a look at some of the other campaign promises and manifesto promises by the two major political parties. Kwesi, can you share some more?
Yes, I'm happy to share some more with you. But just to add to what they said, and you asked how, they're going to identify this. These are easy to identify through a means testing, to assess household incomes and assets to determine those who can pay and those who cannot pay. In this country, government has been paying LEAP, which is a livelihood empowerment against poverty. And they determine those who can, who are able to, who need this money, through this means test and all that. And they pay them, these households, a certain amount of money every month. So, that's why a lot of people have called for a review of the free SHS. And even the former finance minister, Ken Ofori-Atta, once upon a time had stated categorically that, it was a policy that needed to be looked at again and to be reviewed. If people could pay and those who could pay and wanted to pay, should be able to pay, but it had to take a matter of time for us to come to a realization on this matter. So I really don't know why the NDC is saying that anybody who calls for a review is essentially asking for the policy to be cancelled. So John Mahama again goes further to, say, for instance, that, he's going to ensure free sanitary pads for girls in schools. He talks about uncapping the National Health Insurance Levy. He talks about ensuring a timely release of payments to health service providers. Also, he says he's going to bring about the Mahama Cares Fund, like the Obamacare and what have you. So this Mahama Cares Fund is to establish a fund to support persons with chronic diseases. He also wants to implement a free primary health care service for from CHIPS to district levels in the medium term. In terms of infrastructure expansion, he's talking about expanding health infrastructure to restore automatic employment and deployment of health workers. He talks about the construction of a 500-bed specialist children's hospital and fertility center in Accra. Also wants to expand the whole teaching hospital and establish a quaternary hospital in the Volta region. There's talk about building a specialist and trauma hospital in the OT region. The promotion of the 24-hour business and public service operations in 3 shifts. This is their popular policy. They've been criticized quite often for not being able to explain it well. And, there's a lot of comic around the explanation. you know. But of course, we know what he's talking about when he says he wants to promote a 24-hour economy.
There's been a lot of back and forth with that
NPP says you couldn't ensure a 24-hour light on. How are you going to ensure that, you know, people or businesses are working 24 hours a day? He talks about the agro-processing, manufacturing, pharmaceuticals, construction, and financial services. He wants to make major interventions in these areas. He talks about the stimulating demand for the 24-hour economy, which includes goods and services supported by strategic investments in infrastructure, security, energy, and tax incentives. But I'd like to throw this back at you, Prof. And Dr. Jantwa. This 24-hour economy, I mean, a lot of explanations to it. What do you make of it?
Should I go first?
Yes, go ahead.
I think that is the most brilliant. You know,
it's the most brilliant.
I'm telling
policy.
you, in this particular election, is the most innovative, the most dynamic, absolutely brilliant innovation. Look, when the free SHS came, all right, it was the poster boy for that election. In fact, it had run from 2008 until 2016. Free SHS became the poster boy, all right, or the poster girl for the 2016 election. Absolutely captivated everybody else and won the NPP the election. 24-hour is to free SHS in 2016, all right? I think that those who are actually saying, oh, we don't understand it, it's propaganda. It's propaganda. If somebody says 3 shifts, 3 people, all right, you know, for 24 hours, how does that not connect? I just don't see it.
I think
right? But they just want to put in...
have had is the question of demand and supply.
No, but that, see, as a marketing person, you instigate demand.
Okay.
Demand is not like a certain animal that is there that comes to you. Come on. A marketer has to instigate demand. That's why you advertise. Otherwise, the companies will sit there and then want you to, at the panel on the whole cramp, you have to make it public. All right? And so if you say that the demand is not there, I don't get it. Okay. Because companies don't manufacture and sit there for people to come to buy.
So I listened to a debate yesterday where one person said that for the companies that need to run 24 hours, they run 24 hours. So, for example, TV3 needs to run 24 hours, and so we do. However, a company that probably produces, I don't know, needles, does not...
Really?
Probably. Does not need it.
See,
do
now,
they have to?
Now, manufacturing.
And that's just to draw your attention to one of the arguments that people
services,
put
manufacturing,
forward.
Agriculture, every industry can run 24 hours. I'll give you my own university, right? I remember those days, my wife used to actually, you know, go to the university to do cleaning.
Okay.
When does she go there? 9 p.m. Those days when we started at early stages. 9 p.m. goes to the 3 hour. Go to England, ask people. You go to, I used to go to Excel Exhibition Center to clean, all right? I go to French Connection, I do 9 to 5, go to Excel Exhibition Center, that is from 9 p.m. to 1, I think, all right? From there, go to Hainault, where we have the central line. Go and wash train. That is between the hours of 3 to 5. Come home, sleep, and go back again.
Okay.
Where is that not possible? See, the university can work 24 hours. It doesn't mean the teachers are going to teach. It is about the admin staff, all right? You can have your work to 5 o'clock, leave a note where you got to, somebody come and complete.
Continue.
In the morning, all right, you come back, take a new, you know, kind of task, all right? The cleaner at the University of Ghana, I'm going to the office at 7. They also come in there at 7. They have no business to come at 7. They can go there in the night.
When you are not there.
When you have security, everything, you know, completely okay, street light, everything else. They can confidently go to the university to clean.
Okay.
In the morning, by the time I come to the office, it's cleaned. It doesn't mean that teachers will be teaching 24. It's propaganda. That's what they say. Oh, so you'll be going to the club 24 in the afternoon. Man, go to Atlanta, 2 p.m. in the afternoon. People are in the clubs, right? Go to, what do you call it? Italy. There's a 24-hour clubs. You know why I know? Because in Itakra, the guys who do stowaway, when they get to Italy or Spain, which we call Panya, right? And they don't know anybody else, you can go into the club. That's where you are. You sit there throughout until you get connected to somebody else and you move. All right? Now, people are just doing propaganda. But those who know and still doing propaganda, if they should win, they're going to implement that because they know that it can jolt this economy one time.
They are going to implement the 24-hour economy?
They would, if they had to, if they are able to get a power. Although they have not proposed it and they are actually doing propaganda with it, they know deep in their heart that it's possible. What I hate is dishonesty.
Okay.
You want to give people credit, all right? And some of my colleagues, when they questioned it, I just can't understand
Don't you think that it's probably a question of not understanding how the 24-hour economy would work?
Dishonesty.
You don't think it's
the question of dishonesty.
Seeking more information.
Look, a lot of people. Kwame had been to England. He lived there. Yeah. Kwame, don't you see people going to the night buses, taking night bus, N2, and what? They are being dishonest, and I hate it. I hate it with passion. I feel that you have to give people credit when they exhibit brilliance, all right? Bawumia exhibited brilliance in 2016. We hailed him. People are exhibiting innovation, and you want to dampen their spirit. Come on, man. Don't misinform the people. The very masses must know that they have the opportunity to get a job when this 24-hour is implemented. In agriculture, a lot of people can work in the night.
Well,
the tailor, a lot of people can work in the night.
Okay. And because job creation is one of the key issues that young people are talking about, lack of jobs.
Absolutely.
I think that from the explanation that you have just offered.
We're all universities. Look, I go to class with my eye red. And my mates thought that I was smoking weed.
Why?
Because there were only two blacks in class. Yeah, because in the night,
were working all night.
I go to the night shift. From 9 o'clock, I work in B-Sky B's, warehouse. I go 9 p.m. I come back 5 a.m. Just a small sleep, and then
Before
I go to the class. And I was a class rep. Every time my eye was red. And they were these British people, they were like, are you sure he's not on some substance?
Oh, right.
But I knew what I was doing.
You were working.
The university student can go to the night shift and come back to class.
You've also lived in England.
We've all done it before.
All right.
When I went to England, I started working and then realized, boy, you've got to educate yourself. So I went to night school.
Night school?
Yes, night school.
Tell us about that.
To do business and finance.
Absolutely.
Okay. So I'll work 9 to 6.
People should stop that.
And then I'll go to night school 6 to 9. Then I'll come home, study till 2 o'clock, wake up at 6, go and do cleaning before I go to my normal work. Then after I finished that, I went to law school full time. And even that, I was doing mini cabbing on the side at night.
You were driving?
Yes.
Okay.
I was doing mini cabbing on the side at night with my car, weekends.
So when do you sleep?
Oh, sleep doesn't come in.
What does that mean?
You sleep small time.
Intersperse it.
The sleep, even, it isn't something that you think about.
No.
Is that so?
Yes.
But you must have been very young.
It's because of the system.
See, Jane, my wife, was doing night shift security. And she goes to University of East London during the daytime.
During the day.
You don't think about sleeping.
I see.
Nah, let me tell you.
But that's not something we want to encourage.
I think
we want people to
they shouldn't
be able to
discourage that.
I think with President Mohammed's 24-hour shift,
Brilliant.
he should actually add value to it.
By?
Look, once upon a time, when I came back to Ghana and I decided, my father wanted me to go to his chambers, and I decided, no, I'm not going to live in Kumasi and go and do law with my father, because I knew, he would just, give me, what do you call it? Stress. So I decided, okay, let me do something. And I realized that when I came back, there were hardly markings on the roads. So I said, it's an opportunity. So I went into road line marking. I used to mark roads at night.
In Ghana?
In Ghana.
Absolutely.
Once they build the roads, I would mark it at night. So by the time you wake up in the morning, the roads are marked.
Why is it that people are doing construction during the day?
During the day, I would always only do those roads that weren't busy. But the busy, you won't see me marking during the day. But what you should add to it, you should look at those parts of our economy that we can create money. One, the gold industry. Let's start adding value to gold here.
That's a 24-hour thing. Not export bullion, and then they refine it somewhere else and come and sell it to us. Let's do it here. Number two, cocoa industry. If we were to say we are adding value to our own cocoa, let me tell you something. The Swiss have now found a better way of handling cocoa. You know what they're doing?
What are they
doing? They don't only want the beans. They want the entire pod. Because they have found a use for the pod in adding value to the beans. So we should add value here.
Before exporting.
24 hours.
Okay.
Sugar. Don't we spend a lot of money in importing sugar? Is that not a 24-hour? Rice. In terms of making sure that we clean the rice here and process it here, isn't that 24-hour? Jute, which we use for our cocoa. Do we not spend money in importing jute? Can we not start growing jute here and producing here? Poultry. Do you know the demand for poultry from our hotels? One hotel every month needs about 6,000 pieces. So apart from the birds, you want a processing plant that also processes the meat.
All right.
For hotels and even for export. Is that not 24-hour? The textile industry. If we decide
they
to
actually
get
run 24 hours.
Cotton. For me, cotton. Yeah. If we start growing cotton and we build our textile, is that not 24 hours?
And recently, I spent some time in Tamale and some parts of the northern region during our community manifesto run, and I visited the shea butter producers. Yeah. And one of the greatest concerns they had was that we are exporting our shea, and that instead of putting, so their suggestion is that put a ban on shea export and let's produce the shea butter and export our shea butter.
You go to instead of let me add another one to it. So cashew in the Bui area, the Indians come, they buy and take away.
Yeah. So
and some of the cashew even gets rotten there.
So even for those who are actually processing here, there isn't the demand for it because we are already exporting the raw products.
Do you know how much a pint of cherry tomatoes is in the UK?
Okay.
I want to say just
a quick one. You know, we are inefficient because we don't run 24 hours. Because even the church, if those who are doing the decorations, etc., could have the opportunity to decorate it before church service starts. All right.
Church service will start earlier. Exactly. All right. I want us to go back to
just because of that. The one thing that would make this work is energy. Without energy, forget it.
I'm gonna go to Pakwesi now. We've looked at some of the campaign promises and manifesto messages of the NDC. Now let's take a look at some of the promises that the MPP also has. Pakwesi.
Right now, we're going to be taking a look at some of the promises or campaign messages that the flag bearer of the NPP, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, has been making ahead of the elections. You know, Dr. Bawumia was a darling boy in 2016. His approval ratings had shot up to an all-time high. But in recent times, some of the polls we've conducted here at TV3 suggest that his approval ratings may have, gone down quite a bit when you compare that to 2016. But let's get to hear some of the things he was saying on the campaign trail.
Education, ladies and gentlemen. My government will increase.
Looks like we will have to bring you that message again. Some of the videos that show, some of the issues or some of the promises that the Vice President, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, the presidential aspirant representing the MPP, has to offer. But before we go to that, we can come back again to the 24-hour economy. And I should tell you, I see both of you are pro 24-hour economy. But one of the issues that people who do not seem to agree with the 24-hour economy say is that they don't have a proper understanding on how it will work in Ghana.
Yeah.
Now, you've both talked about how it works in England and other places, and Lawyer, you've given us some suggestions on the industries which it will properly work for in Ghana. Do you think that the messaging has been properly tailored for Ghanaians who do not have this international exposure to understand? Because some of the questions we hear, you know, so we've heard people say, okay, maybe in 12 o'clock, why never? You know, we've heard people ask questions like that, but we must understand that not everybody has the benefit of international exposure to understand how it works. Has the messaging been done right?
I think absolutely. Look, for me, majority of people have been, you know, their minds have been disabused by the propaganda.
Okay.
There's this woman in Medina, and I'm sure the young people in Medina, you know, do that. Those days I used to go to the club. When I come, from 1 a.m., in fact 1, 2, that's when she's doing her watching, right?
Okay.
You can see the queue. The person who does, your friend is saying, the chopper, and asking, what are the processes that lead to the food? You know, so you go to the chop bar and they say, oh, this one is not. Don't you believe that you could have done all those backroom processes?
You should have started cooking the beans early.
It. Before the Adriana is ready. I don't get it. Look, there is nothing that is not 24 hours. You know, in business we have backroom processes, all right? The processes that you do, the bankers, when they close at 4 o'clock, they haven't closed, isn't it? They are in there doing the balances before what? They go home.
Yeah.
All right? And that's why they have to even close, you know, at a time. Because of security issues, they have to close at 3 those days, right? These days they close at, is it 5 or something?
Yes.
All right? So if there was no security concerns, the banking back-end processes could be done 24 hours. So that in the morning, you can just get to the teller fresh and for the things to be done. But because we don't have the appropriate structures in place, all of us have to go in the same time. That's why our traffics are choked. Everybody in Ghana, in fact, when I came to Ghana, I was so surprised that by 8 o'clock, I'm calling my friends, some of them, and they are sleeping already. Come on, you know, whereby in elsewhere, people don't sleep early. Why? Because we don't have the infrastructure systems to allow people to free movement, to be able to go and do night work and come in. If we put up, right, i.e., better lighting in the street, security, you know, very well, you know, put in place. And then, of course, the internal business structures in place. I don't see why we cannot have a universal 24-hour policy.
Public transport system.
Exactly.
No, my question is, while all of the things you've said make sense, all right, and among other things, because of the background and exposure that you have, now, from a purely PR and comms perspective, do you think that the messaging on the 24-hour economy has been carried properly?
I think so
That the Ghanaian who does not have the benefit of your background, you know, would understand and see how it relates to him personally?
I have heard, you know, from the NDC policy teams, I've heard, you know, Guzi talk about it 24-hour on certain stations absolutely amazingly well.
Okay.
And so when people say they haven't really, they still don't understand it, I'm not sure. I've heard Sambi Jemfi speak about it countless of times. And I, perhaps, maybe, I don't know whether my IQ is high, but I still get colleagues who say that they don't understand it.
Okay.
And I think that it's a purely propaganda, dishonesty, because the explanations that I've heard NDC policy teams do, I don't still get why people of my level would think that they don't understand. Okay. I don't get it. But I think it's political. It's politics.
It's all propaganda.
It's all propaganda. Because you see, don't forget, not all of us see political parties as agents of development. Some people see political parties as agents of identity. All right? Their self-concept. And so if that political party that is actually proposing or propounding that particular policy is not their self-concept, they don't see it. And I think that's the dishonesty, because I wouldn't say you are brilliant just because you are like me. Even if you're not like me, and I think that you are brilliant, I would say that you are brilliant. But in this country, when people don't find you in your self-concept, anything that you say is rubbish. You could say it with vuvuzela. They will say they didn't hear.
All right.
And that's dishonest.
Let me come to Kwame Jantua. Do you think that the 24-hour economy concept is equally applicable to the public sector and government work as it is to the private sector?
It depends on the public work, what needs to be done. I reckon that it's not all the public institutions that would have to work 24 hours. But there could be some. But all this needs to be identified. Now, don't you get people living in, say West Legon? I'm hungry. I want something to eat at night. You know there's a night market in Legon.
Oh, yes.
You drive there, won't you?
Yeah.
Osu, is there not a night market in Osu?
There's a night market.
Do people not drive there? Sometimes you go and people have parked their cars eating. So you're telling me that we can't expand this? With the public sector, we need to identify what areas, what institutions would need to work 24 hours. And then after a while, you see that it starts escalating into other areas because you begin to see the benefits of what it is. So give the country a 10-year span and you see how the nightlife has now changed into people working and people enjoying themselves. One thing that killed nightlife in Ghana was the curfews. Absolutely killed nightlife.
Prior to that, there was an active...
when we were growing up, my God.
Well, I've heard stories about the bands that played very late at night. Yeah.
My God.
Absolutely. The Prempe area. The Prempe Princess. These were night places.
The nightlife was gorgeous.
Where did you go at night?
Oh, we went to so many places.
Okay.
We went to the discotheques. We went to bars, the cinemas. I mean, the nightlife was, especially come Christmas. People don't sleep. The roads are full.
At night.
It was all killed. This can create something
You can even go for church services at night.
Yes.
And so that in the morning you go to do your stuff.
We still do church service at night.
Exactly.
We still do.
I don't get it, honestly.
So it is something
It bothers my mind.
It is something
I
that... look, let's not kill initiatives that can build the country. I mean, that is where my challenge is.
All right.
In terms of bringing in initiatives, on both sides.
On both sides.
On both sides.
Yes, speaking of both sides, let's go to the other side now and take a look at some of the campaign promises that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has made.
We will prioritize and direct a significant proportion of national needed skills in Ghana. We will implement service caps for tertiary institutions. Under this, you will apply once and pay once. We will establish for those who, after completion of their tertiary education, have secured jobs, they would be exempted from national service. They can go and start work immediately. In the area of education, ladies and gentlemen, my government will increase the stock of student accommodation in our universities and tertiary institutions to address the housing deficit on our campuses and make them affordable. We will introduce a free tertiary scholarship scholarships. We will integrate.
Unfortunately, we're having a little challenge there with our connection and sound on Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia's video. We are going to correct that and then we'll bring you that video so we can have a detailed conversation on some of his promises as well. I wouldn't want us to get into it before watching it, even though we have some of them enumerated. We'll come back to that. But away from the 24-hour economy, some of the other things that the NDC have enumerated includes reviewing the free SHS system. We've spoken about that, and you think that it needs to be reconsidered. But he also talks about healthcare. Now, he talks about a universal healthcare coverage with an improved NHIS. The MPP also talks about completing the Agenda 111 project and also improving the NHIS. Again, we've got similarities with the issue, but then the policy direction. How do you, have you followed the conversation on the NHIS? And do you think that you're satisfied with how both sides have said they are going to make it better?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I think that all of them have highlighted how they're going to actually make them better. For healthcare, I suppose the NDC talks about primary healthcare, where they could actually get people to access healthcare from their communities and a certain level of ailments, and then of course you progress to that level. I haven't honestly heard about the MPP's healthcare policy, apart from the what do you call it, the ones that Baumia talked about, in terms of, is it Kolebu, that dialysis, ones that they highlighted, and the kind of machines that they have actually brought in, and then making sure that from December, they will make it free. I haven't heard about comprehensively, their policy on the healthcare, for example. But of course, on the Agenda 111, which they have been big time on, if they can actually pull it off, obviously, it is good for all of us, because you couldn't believe that certain, so-called big places do not have health facilities. Yeah. And I think one of my PhD students was actually referring me to a paper that he read, that people, women in particular, had actually died because of transportation. Yeah. All right, pregnant women, being transferred, to health facility, and they've died along the way. Which means that if we could actually bring, the infrastructure, if we actually do a lot of work on infrastructure like the Agenda 111, yeah, we can improve the access to healthcare, for example. All right, and so we have to be happy about that. What I always feel that is the problem is when we haven't actually completed, the current projects, and then just for political purposes we want to do that, which I call the speed dating. All right, why do you wait until the latter days before you run to do these what do you call inauguration of commissioning? Sorry. Of these in the facility. That's my problem, because I'm hoping that in the future, obviously Nanado won't finish these 111 before he leaves office. Whoever takes the seat shouldn't do like behave like what we did with UGMC. All right, you put them on hold until you are running to election before you start opening them. I think that behavior must stop. Okay. Whoever takes the seat should immediately complete Nanado's Agenda 111 wherever he reaches, so that people can have access. Because we're human beings. Some people have died because they didn't have access to the facilities. Yeah. If you had put them in place, they probably wouldn't have died, right? Yeah. So it's not about the politics. It is not about recency effect. It's about whether people have access to these, put them to use, better their lives, have dignified life. Okay. Before you think about your politics.
Just to update us on what some of the healthcare policies have been for both sides, the NPP healthcare policy includes the completion of the Agenda 111 projects, the expansion of the NHIS, and they plan to broaden the NHIS scheme to include treatment of childhood cancer, sickle cell diseases, kidney dialysis, which we have already been told about. And then there's digitalization and telehealth to focus on integrating technology into healthcare, including telemedicine services and digitalizing public health institutions.
And these are brilliant ideas. I don't think these are hard to do because it's already in the system. I know I personally wrote a strategy for one of the insurance firms, on telehealth. Okay. This is way back about 5 years ago.
Okay.
You know, the technology is there. We can do it, all right? But the point is that we have to make sure that it doesn't become just a promise.
So these are just some visuals on your screen from WA East. This is one of the projects, the Agenda 111 projects. This is the state of the project in WA East. Yeah, just to bring us some of the visuals from some of the regions. So the MPP hopes to complete these projects. It's a big one. It's a big one in WA East. The MPP hopes to complete these projects should they be given the mantle to continue in government. Now, some of the NDC's healthcare projects include universal primary healthcare. The NDC proposes free primary healthcare as community health planning services, that's CHIP compounds, health centers, as well as polyclinics. Infrastructure development, so to build specialist hospitals and refurbish major teaching hospitals like Kolebu, and chronic disease management, that is the establishment of the Ghana Medical Care Trust Fund to support patients with chronic diseases, as well as healthcare worker support, which I find very interesting because a lot of our healthcare workers have complained about a myriad of things. So it offers incentives such as scholarships for advanced studies, risk exposure insurance for healthcare workers, and more. We're going to go deep into this on healthcare and the promises made by the two major contenders going into tomorrow's elections when we come back. You're watching TV3. This is your election command center. We're also live on 3FM. We're coming to you live on 3FM. We're live across all our social media streams. We're interactive. So with the hashtag your election command center, you can connect with us live on the show. We'll be right back.
I'm a Ghanaian, and I love luxury accredited faith, and I love democracy.
December 7th, Ghana is voting.
Only peace. Peace, I give it to you all.
I love Ghana. Peaceful election before, during, and after.
One Ghana. Peace. Peace to everybody.
One Ghana. Ghana Bakumpe.
This message brought to you from the luxury accredited faith.
Champion.
Introducing a new era of sophistication and power. The Haval Julian from Zondatech Ghana Limited. The Julian is packed with features that elevate your journey. Enjoy excellent interior build quality designed for comfort and style. Experience an impressively smooth and refined drivetrain powered by a 1.5-liter turbocharged engine with 147 horsepower and 220 Nm of torque. Visit us at your nearest dealership and drive away for brand new Haval Julian. Call us on 0501 772222 or 0501 773333.
Want a free bets? You might follow these steps. You can join 1xBet app. Confirm your participation. You can bet on the correct match score. You can get a free bet every week. 1x free bet. Active bonuses for active players.
This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the Gaming Commission of Ghana. Bet responsibly, not for persons below 18 years. Gambling can be addictive.
Uncle!
Aww. This Christmas is giving.
It's giving!
Are you ready, kids?
Sis, is the jollof ready?
It must be for kudos!
Jollof
stuff is ready. This Christmas, it's giving the best in entertainment on DSTV. Grab a DSTV decoder or reconnect to your existing subscription and be entertained.
Now this is giving. Thank you.
This holiday season, let your home be the heart of the celebration. Celebrate the season with furniture that feels like home. Christmas Super Sale. Get up to 50% discount on all products at Danube Home. Create memories in every room. Visit Danube Home to make your holiday home complete.
It reinforces their urban appeal and strengthens their overall foothold. But if the MPP manages to pull off a surprise win in one of these areas, it could signal a broader shift in voter sentiments across Greater Accra. Now, beyond the capital suburbs, seats like Apa Denchira East hold the key to building a majority in Parliament. Well, traditionally competitive, this particular rural constituency's concerns, ranging from infrastructure to economic livelihoods, will help decide whether the MPP or the NDC gains the edge in the regions beyond Accra. Every battleground seat, whether urban or rural, could tip the balance. Now, if the NDC manages to fortify its hold on the urban strong points like Medina as well as Lejokuku, it could offset some potential losses elsewhere. And so, conversely, if the MPP prize even one key seat away from the NDC in these battlegrounds, it may open a pathway to parliamentary dominance. Well, now, as the December 7th approaches this crucial election, one thing is clear. Now, the fight for each constituency, especially these crucial urban and rural pivots, will determine who commands the legislative agenda. In this delicate balance of power, every vote and every seat counts.
Ghana will make history again as over 18 million registered voters head to the polls. Across 276 constituencies, the fight for the presidency and parliamentary majority takes center stage, with swing regions like Greater Accra and Central holding the key to the nation's future. This year, first-time voters, more than 1.5 million strong, are set to influence the results like never before. Will their voices redefine Ghana's democracy, or will party strongholds remain unshaken? From urban battlegrounds to rural powerhouses, every vote matters. This is just not an election. It is the future of governance, the balance of power, and the voice of a united Ghana.
Welcome back to your Election Command Center. This is a precursor to the big day tomorrow. We all know that Ghanaians go to the polls tomorrow to elect a president and 276 parliamentarians. Will it be the NDC or will it be the NPP? We know there are also some independent candidates vying for the presidency. Today, we're going to do something shortly right now to give you an idea of what the swing regions look like, which regions are the safe regions as well, and which regions are swing regions. So I'm just entreat you to just watch our screen right now. We'll start off from the Western region, which we have described as a toss-up region. It's been traditionally looked like an NPP seat. They won that in 2016 as well as in 2020, I think. So this has been the Western region since 1996. Just take a look at it. It spiraled in 2004 under President Kufuor, with the NPP making about 66.4%. And then they began to lose grounds. They began to lose grounds up until 2018 when they went down to 48.1%. And then the NDC also began to make inroads from 2004 at about 31%. And they shot up to 51.9% in 2008. And that was the very famous election that President John Atta Mills won with John Mahama as his running mate. And then you could see that, it kind of plateaued from 2008 to 2012. But of course, the NDC maintained its grounds in that region with 52.2%, as against the NPP making about 47.7% in 2012. Now, take a look at 2016 and what happened. That was the 2016 era when Akufo-Addo, who's now the president, won the very famous victory in 2016, and he got about 55.8% of the votes in the Western region. This is the old Western region. He got 55.8%, and of course the NDC lost ground significantly to take about 41.6%. So you see from 2008, after the NDC won, they plateaued in 2012, and then you could see that, you know, downward spiral in 2016 to 41.6%. So as you can rightly see from the board, the highest we've seen since 1996 is 66.4% for the NPP. That was John Kufuor, 66.4%. And this is a region that has gone either ways for either the NPP or the NDC. It's gone either ways. And that is why a lot of focus should be on this region. You know, we know that this is an oil hub region. Traditionally, we've had a bit of some of the indigents engage in agriculture. So it's one area that you want to keep an eye on. They are very much concerned about the economic conditions. It's affecting them. We know what's been happening in the oil-rich area of the Western region. So we're going to go from the Western to the Greater Accra region, which is another swing region. And essentially, when we say swing region, it means that, you know, in each of the respective elections, they've gone either ways, either for the NPP or for the NDC. So we're taking it from 1996. You could see the NDC won with 54% as against the NPP 43%. And this was Jerry John Rawlings as president in 1996. And then you could see how the map kept going. You know, it went down in 2000 when President Kufuor won with 53.1% for the NPP. And then in 2008, we saw the NDC rise again. The NPP went down to 46.0%. And then in 2016, see what happens. The NDC goes down again to 46.7%, with the NPP gaining 52.4%. And then in 2020, the NPP goes down and the NDC goes up 51.0%. So, I mean, this is a region, you know, the people have a mind of their own. They are mostly concerned about the economic conditions. They are not diehard supporters of either the NPP or the NDC. You could say that you have a chunk of floating voters, you know, in this region, in the Greater Accra region. And so they vote based on their economic conditions. They vote based on local issues and a lot of the politics that go on in the Greater Accra region. So this is also a region to look out for. There are over 3 million votes up for grabs in this region. So you should see why either of the political parties are interested in winning the Greater Accra region. And see something significant that happened in 2020. You know, after the NPP won a significant majority in Parliament and also the presidency with 52.4%, it dipped in 2020 to 48.1%. And the NDC won that seat. Incidentally, any party that has won the Greater Accra region has ultimately gone ahead to win the national elections. This time around, the NDC, although they won the Greater Accra region, they did not win the national elections. And so this time around, they are looking at winning with a wider margin. Let's go to another, you know, region, which is a central region, another swing region. You know, so from 1996, we see the NDC making major, you know, gains there with 55.2% with Jerry Rawlings as president. And then they took a nosedive up until 2004, where we saw them, you know, fall flat to as low as 38.9%. Then the NPP kept gaining, 16.3, 2000. And then they also lost grounds in 2008, and President Atta Mills won in 2008 with 50.6%. Mind you, President Atta Mills is an indigene of the central region. And so the people obviously rewarded him with that massive victory in 2008. And then he gained again so that's 2008. And then in 2012, we saw a bit of a plateau there to 52.1%. And then in 2016, they went down to 43.4%, with the NPP gaining some 53.2%. So see what happens here. In 2020, the last elections, the NPP won. They maintained their position in the central region, winning 52.7% as against the NDC. Now, although the NDC made some marginal gains, they still did not manage to win the central region. This is a region they're hoping to win this time around. Significantly also, even though the NDC did not win the presidential, they swept majority of the parliamentary seats, and that's where we saw a lot of skirt and blouse voting. This time around, the NDC is expected to do far better in the central region, again because this is Jenana Opoku-Agyeman, who is the running mate for the NDC. She's going a second time, and they're hoping that just as the central region rewarded Atta Mills in his second term, they are going to reward Jenana Opoku-Agyeman to become the first female vice president of the Republic of Ghana. So it's pretty interesting. Now, these are people who have a mind of their own, just like the Greater Accra region. It's the citadel of education. You've got the University of Cape Coast. You've got majority of the big secondary schools in Cape Coast. You could call it an intellectual, environment. The people are very much aware of the political issues, the environmental issues, a lot of issues. Recently, there were issues about lithium and the whole agreement. The chiefs and the people rose up against the government. They wanted more from it than what was being offered, them. So it tells you that there's a lot to gain from the central region. That's why we've seen the NDC focus a lot of its attention, a lot of its, campaigning in that region. There was a by-election that was held quite recently. James Jechikwesen, who, had to be, due to some court cases, there was a by-election that was held. And you know what happened. The bigwigs within the government were there, undertaking a lot of developmental projects, construction of roads happening within 24 hours. We saw the NDC also go into that region. And guess what? The verdict was that the people voted massively for James Jechikwesen. So the NDC is expecting that they will sweep majority of the parliamentary seats there as well as the presidential seats. So this is by way of the swing regions. So take note. We will be paying particular attention to the central region, what happens in the Greater Accra region, and what happens in the western region. All right, so this also is a preview of some safe seats for both parties going into the elections on Saturday. We've got seats such as Menchia, Bantama, Kwarasu, New Draben South, and Praisu, Abuakwa. Of course, in the western region, we've got Takrady, we've got Sekendi. In the northern region, we've got Yendi, all for the NPP. When you come to the NDC, Eastern region, we've got the Upper Menya Krobo, we've got the Yellow Krobo constituency. In the northern region, we've got Tamale Central, we've got Sanerugu. In the Volta region, we've got Ho Central, K2 South, K2 North. Upper East, we've got Boku Central, Navrongo Central. These are all safe seats for the NDC. Of course, in the Upper West region also, we've got Wa Central, we've got Jirapa, Nadoli, Kaleo, all safe seats for the National Democratic Congress. So essentially what it means is that there's a lot to fight for in these elections. We saw what happened in Parliament with both parties almost splitting the numbers. The NPP in the 2020 elections, they lost massively the parliamentary seats, about a net loss of about 30 or so seats, with the NDC gaining, making an appreciable gain. So, that's what created all the controversy in Parliament with the Speaker coming from the NDC side, and we see all the issues that have happened in Parliament. And so both parties will be looking at securing not only the presidential, but also majority in Parliament, because none of them would like to go through all these challenges that we've seen, in the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic. It's been one of the nastiest. It's been one of the most rowdy parliament we've seen since the inception of our democracy. I mean, often in the past, what we've seen is that one party gets the presidential seats and also manages to win majority of parliamentary seats. And for the very first time in Ghana's history, we've seen this, almost split parliament, which has led to, difficulties. It started off on a very difficult and feisty note. And guess how it happened? It ended also on a very feisty, and frightening note. So, Roland, I'm sure this is something that we'll be paying attention to, the parliamentary.
Well, certainly. And that's where we have to perhaps look at some of the concentrated conversations. When it comes to the parliamentary seats, you've heard from what the perspectives are from posters who seem to be drawing results or publishing results that seem to favor either one side of the political divide or the other. It's about the nitty-gritties when it comes to some of those constituencies in those regions which seem to be swing, etc. And I think that it's something also we have to look at. What do they look for? What are the indicators that the voters in those areas tend to look for when they have to come to crunch?
But of course, we know that in the strongholds of either parties, they're going to mass up a lot of parliamentary seats there. Of course, in the Volta region, which is a stronghold of the NDC, we expect the NDC to sweep majority of the seats there. Likewise, the Ashanti region, which is a stronghold of the NPP, we expect the NPP to also sweep majority of seats there. What we are not sure about is what's going to happen in the swing regions, the Greater Accra region, the Central region, as well as the Western region. These are the places we've got to watch out for. Anything could happen. And that's why we're speaking to the experts who are giving us all the numbers and a lot of historical background to everything that's happened, looking at the data, and trying to make a forecast, looking at the historical background and the data. That's what Musa Dankwa, that's what a lot of the other analysts are helping us do here.
Tend to take a look at. And Musa Dankwa, Executive Director, Global Info Analytics, has done some tremendous job over the last couple of 2 years. Of course, constantly, he would be getting a lot of criticism on social media, especially from the supporters of, I think, especially the ruling party as well.
Yeah, and then Smart Sapon also on the other side, being criticized by the NDC because his poll seems to favor the NPP.
Yeah, certainly. So we'll see how that goes. But at least for the most independent of those analysis based on research, on data, we know that Global Info Analytics is one of the few that we have. And Musa Dankwa is Executive Director for Global Info Analytics, joining us once again the second time. But Mr. Dankwa, we take a look at what has been said so far. If you can just unmute for us, and then we look at what the perspectives are. What should we be expecting, especially by way of the analysis of which of the swing constituencies that need to be given some close attention by tomorrow? Mr. Musa Dankwa, well, I'm sure technology seems to be having some difficulty, but I think it's also something that needs to be done clearly by way of that analysis. But knowing that from the perspective of the last time in 2020, the presidential by way of the Psalms going to John Mahama, and by historical data, he not clinching the presidential race also means that perhaps maybe the demographics haven't changed too much.
No, I mean, look, and so, let's give some credit to John Mahama. However you look at it, John Mahama did exceptionally well in 2020. A lot of people had written him off after the 2016 general elections. Look, that was a massive rejection. When you look at the results that a certain president, got in an election, it was a massive rejection. Compare that to what Nana got. Nana got in excess of 1 million, nearly 1 million votes. So when you compare the margin of victory, over nearly 1 million votes for the NPP. So a lot of people going into 2020 thought that, listen, John Mahama had no chance at all. Now, guess what happened after the election results? Not only was there a split in parliament, John Mahama managed to, the numbers went up. And the numbers for Nana Akufo-Addo dropped, from a margin of nearly 1 million to a little over 500,000. And that's what's giving the NDC that impetus, that, listen, we think that going into these elections, there's a lot that we can gain. I think Musa is back on the line now. Let's try and see if we can reach him.
Mr. Musa Dankwa, for the swing regions, where are they located? And the swing constituencies, where are they located? which of them should we have our eyes on in the next 24 hours, if not, let's say 16 hours, so to speak, when the polls start? Unmute for me. Mr. Dankwa, unmute. Mr. Dankwa, unmute.
Hello, Mr. Musa Dankwa, can you hear us?
You can, please unmute.
Hello?
Yeah, you were speaking in the air, but we've pardoned you. Please go ahead.
Sorry. Right. For the swing regions, it is Greater Accra, Central Region, and Western Region. Now, for the constituency, we must watch. I won't call them swing. They are good constituencies for MPP that are in the swing regions. And tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon, evening, we'll be looking at Dome Kwabinyak, Anya Sotu, Trobu, Ablekuma North, Ablekuma West, Okaikwe South, Okaikwe Central, Tema West, Tema Central. These are the battleground for Greater Accra when it comes to parliamentary seats. And then when you go to Central Region, Cape Coast North and Cape Coast South, Abra Asibu Kwamankesi, we're looking at a tough battle there. And we're looking at Isikuma Odobin Brakwa. In fact, most of the top sub seats are in Central Region. And in the Western Region, we're looking at Takwa and Swaim, another battleground looming in Takwa and Swaim. We're looking at Takradik, Isikado, Kwesimintim, Shama. Secondly, will be also battleground, but not so much so. And a lot will happen in Western Region and Greater Accra tomorrow.
So, does it mean that you take a look at some of those constituencies you're mentioning, they are swing because of demographics, indicators based on what they vote, or sometimes some force majeure that tend to happen?
This is force majeure. This is something that probably is unprecedented in these areas or in this country, and that has made those seats which were out of reach for any party in this country to see them as winnable areas. It tells you how seismic shift we're going to see in tomorrow's election. If these seats are on the firing line, then nowhere else is safe.
Well, we in Community Manifesto, the whole team, we went to the Western Region, and I think we went to Efia. Yeah, we had a session in Efia. That's a predominant MPP seat, based on historical data. I mean, if you have to flip it, whether in or not. So now, is it because they feel that the government hasn't done well?
That's why I said that.
Or it is because maybe the opposition has a strong candidate as well?
Look, generally, they may have good candidates, but it doesn't matter whether they have good or bad candidates. In this election, those areas have become really, really tough areas for MPP. It is because of the national issues. The joblessness, the economy is really biting. And these areas have seen a huge shift in the polling data, as far as we've seen.
I don't know whether, per my own personal experience, I can relate it to. I remember as an intern right here, I was covering the elections in the year 2000. There was the Rawlings aura around the election. There was at Tamils, of course. Kufuor was deemed to have been the underdog. The MPP at the time, a strong party, but still deemed an underdog at the time. The economy was not doing well. And they didn't foresee that they would lose a number of seats. For example, Neo Kaija Adamafio in the Ododio constituency at the time was the interior minister, just lost his seat. So it was massive right here. And there was a whole turnaround for Kufuor and then the MPP in Greater Accra. But then people didn't see it coming. Are we in that same situation where the governing party doesn't see it coming, but you, the posters, are the only people seeing it coming?
I think we are in the same situation, if not worse.
Okay, so what has to be done to turn anything around?
Look, no, I mean, it's too late.
It's too late?
Anybody who's going to lose his seat, there's nothing that he or she can do right now. No. Look, the numbers,
confidence.
in some cases, the gap will be so huge because they may have believed that they have been in a very good position from the last year, and that it was unthinkable for the majority to overturn. Some of the numbers that will overturn will shock the country.
Mr. Dangwa, you sound so confident about these polls that you've conducted over the last few months, but the ruling party, the government, is telling you about what it has done with free SHS since 2018, the number of people who have benefited from free SHS. Now, consider these numbers, consider their families, consider their parents, all deciding to vote for Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. Listen, it won't be as straitjacket as you make it look.
No, but you see, you have to analyze the data. Those who have enjoyed free education include MPP and NDC people. Why are the NDC people not voting for MPP? Everybody is reason why he's voting. And indeed, the top 3 issues defining this election, education is not top 1. It is the economy, job, and education. That's the priority. That's the order of priority. So people who may have enjoyed free education may want to vote you out because they are not happy with the economy. Unless they feel that somebody is going to come and cancel free education, then you have a good rallying point. But look, on those who say free education or education is very important to them, Mama still leads Bawumia among those who say education is top priority. So education cannot win this election.
Well, you talked about the fact that unless, of course, there's a message or information out there that somebody is going to come and cancel the free SHS. Well, that's the message that's been trumpeted by the government. I mean, you heard the president yesterday. We heard him say that, listen, if you voted for John Mahama, free SHS stand the risk of being jettisoned. That's enough to get people to get upset with the NDC.
But if you go to the polling numbers, why is Bawumia not leading among those who mentioned education as priority? If it is working, if that is working, then we should see Bawumia leading among those who say education is top issue. It's still not leading. It's about 4.5 points behind among those who say education is key.
Are there extreme cases within the spectrum or on the spectrum where candidates in incumbency have clear chances, and from the last time that your polling results, that have to be maybe the last week, so to speak, came on and was published widely, they could salvage anything at all in terms of those swing areas or those areas you call toss-ups in many perspectives?
Look, the reverse is what is happening with regard to the MPP candidates. About 2 months ago, we saw 2 of their candidates doing very well in Central Region. We went back and they are on the road to almost neck and neck. And with that time, they are unlikely to retain their seat. So what we have seen is that things that have been happening is rather not helping the party to defend their seat. It's making things worse on the ground. And I believe this continues till tomorrow. We'll see a lot more worse than we have predicted.
Mr. Dangwa, one of the challenges that ruling governments have had is that usually at the end of their second term or at the end of the 8-year term, they find it difficult mobilizing the base of their party supporters to actually come out and vote. Because by that time, there's a lot of disaffection, there's so much apathy, and so, party supporters will ordinarily not want to waste their time to go and cast their ballot. But if you saw what happened yesterday, in Legon, don't you get a sense that the NPP has managed to rally its grassroots, its base, to go out and vote as massively as they would want, like in 2016?
Well, if you compare that crowd to Mahama's crowd in 2016, Mahama was a bigger crowd, but there was apathy among NDC people. So don't use the crowd to estimate anything.
Oh, you mean that crowd at the stadium in 2016?
Yes. There was a huge crowd.
Where you had Shatawale performing and all that?
Absolutely. And what happened to NDC in 2016?
It was a massive blow for them.
Yeah, I mean, look, the enthusiasm is not on the part of MPP in this election. That is a fact. They're not energized. The opposition is more energized than the ruling party. And the polls have said this several times. Our polls have shown that nationally, those who say they will not vote, most of them are from Eastern region, Ashanti region, Western region, Central region. these are areas where MPP gets votes from.
Before Roland comes in, many have said that what happened in 2016 was an outlier. Were you surprised that in 2020, Nana Akufo-Addo's, victory margin of nearly 1 million had dwindled to somewhere a little over 500,000? Were you surprised?
No, I wasn't surprised at all. I think there were signs that the election in 2020 was going to be very difficult. And I think COVID really did the government a very good favor. And they were able to hold on to the 2020 elections based on what they did in COVID, during the COVID time. This time, the numbers are worse, much worse. And that's why this election will be very difficult for them.
Well, very, very interesting perspective. And it's good that you mentioned the subject of COVID. For the messaging for the ruling party over the last, I have to say, over the last year, in reacting or communicating to voters in many of these areas, whether it's their strongholds or the swing areas, they cite COVID, Russia and Ukraine, that were doing well 2019, then 2020 came. And so that is why perhaps if they are reticent or discontent, they have to take a relook at the governing party. COVID, 2020, why were the figures the way they were compared to if they were not? In terms of if there was no COVID, if there were no restrictions for the greater part of the year, etc., the elections could have been different or could have been closer.
If you look at what happened in COVID era, there were so many government interventions that won the heart of Ghanaian voters. Free water, free electricity, the weekly address by the president. It made him look very, very presidential as a leader of the country. So people rallied behind him and gave him the vote. This time around, that's not the case. And indeed, if you look at the excuse for COVID, to voters, over 70% of voters don't believe COVID was the reason why we are in this mess. It's only the base of the party that believes that. NDC, floating voters in other parties, they don't believe in COVID as a cause of our problems. So those ones are just being sold to the party base. Doesn't go beyond the party base.
Very interesting there. And now that is being used in the messaging. How has that resonated with the base, with the generality of the voter population in some of these areas, strongholds and then the swing areas?
If it has, they should be leading in the polls. They're not leading in the polls, so it suggests that nobody's buying that. Or if they are doing, they are very few.
The NPP appears to have corrected a lot of the wrongs that, occurred in 2020 in the parliamentary race, for instance, sort of imposing candidates on the party, old guards who had completely lost touch with their constituents. And so what they've done this time around is to, sort of jettison some of the old guards. They've built a lot more consensus. Don't you think that they're going to regain a lot of the seats that they lost in 2020?
No. Look, this year's parliamentary election is going to be based not only just on local issues, but also national issues. In many cases, the national issues have overshadowed the local issues. So you are seeing MPs being punished for not their own sins, but the sins of the government. And that's what we are seeing in Greater Accra, Central and Western regions.
We know Peter Amewu won the Hohoi seat not only because he comes from that region, but also because as cabinet minister, he did a lot for the constituency within the first four years as a minister. Then he became a parliamentary candidate. Does it matter that John Mahama and the NDC are going to areas like Hohoi and saying to the people that vote for me as president and vote for my parliamentary candidate, because when I come, I cannot work with an opposition MP? Does it matter?
No, it matters. I mean, for NDC, winning back Hohoi is more important to them than many other places because it's the blood, according to them, for Amewu to win that constituency. That's why they are going all out there to get Amewu out. Not only that, I mean, we've seen some places that MPC has also been on the rope, and they've gone there with the same message, trying to tell people that, look, we need the numbers to work efficiently in the government. And I think the situation in the current parliament is giving credence to what kind of messaging they are sending out, because we've seen how a closed parliament could become uncomfortable for the president. So that probably might be working. And we've seen some numbers coming from some areas like Sujaman and Hohoi, where they were on the rope before, and they are now in a very good position to defend those seats or snipe them. So that message tends to work. It depends on how you cut the message and how effectively you are able to sell that message.
I hear you talk about a sweeping wind of change that is about to blow across the country. You read Martin Amidou in his very latest epistle endorsing John Mahama, and, you know, one of the most significant issues he raises is the fact that we need somebody who will be able to kind of prosecute the ills of the Akufo-Addo Bawumia era. And he, at this current moment, doesn't see Bawumia able to do, you know, to prosecute a lot of the wrongs and the ills that have occurred within this government. The only person he sees being able to do this is John Mahama. Is this the kind of reasoning running through the minds of a lot of ordinary people, people you would call floating voters?
No. Look, the top issues that affect people's voting intention today, corruption, and their related matter is around number 5 or number 6. The economy is dominating everywhere. Joblessness is dominating everywhere. So these are the top 2 issues. The corruption issues are pedestrian in this election. Even though it's a nice to have, but I don't think it will drive the vote in this election.
Well, it's also important that you mentioned the indicators, the issues that seem to be very important for them. I think that perspective that has to be brought to bear to this conversation would also be how it looks like, maybe also through the polls of not yourself, but others as well, that over the last 2 weeks or a month, the governing party has ramped up its effort in commissioning projects, trying to go to communities to tell them this is what we did. Even if, for example, we know that Obechebi Lamte not fully completed, just about 51, 56, 57%. There's the flyover that takes you from airport, then Flower Port, then you go to East Legon. And then even a number of hospitals that we seem to have seen that commissioning has been done. These mass number of projects and commissioning that we have seen over the last, I have to say, 3 terms, because John Mahama also did that in 2016. Do they influence voters? In what perspective do they? And can they become the benchmark for ruling parties in their second term to be doing that?
I wish we have learned lessons, but they don't, as we have realized. We saw what NDC did in 2016. The same thing MPP is doing right now. And indeed, we asked the voters sometime early this year. Now, if government embarks on projects very late in their term, will that influence you to vote for that government? Overwhelmingly, no, 80%. So if we have any lessons to learn, we should have learned from that polling data. But obviously, nobody learns from polling data. So only 20% would vote you because you have done something in the last minute. And those people are mainly your party supporters. Anyway.
I see. Very interesting. Now, if you take a look at the votes that were recorded last time around, over 6 million plus for both parties. Now, going to the 2024 general elections, which are the votes that certainly is a given for both sides?
Let me see my numbers.
Please go and look for your numbers.
I think
because I'm asking this because it's very important. When you go to, for example, during Community Manifesto, you go to the Western region, part of Western North, you're in the Central region, you go to the Eastern region, you find that no matter what you do, there are people who always support MPP. You go to the Volta region, there are people who always support NDC. So it means that, touch wood, if we should go to the polls today, you are given a certain proportionate number of votes.
At the end of the day, when votes are counted, we can see Mahama in the range of 7 million.
Okay. So
and Bawumia
also in 7 million.
Around, yes. Bawumia is around 6 million or a little bit below 6 million.
Really?
Yes.
What accounts for that? Because the last time they all crossed the 6 million mark.
Last time it's not this time.
Very interesting. Well, so the last 24 hours, we just sit because people have made up their minds, right?
Absolutely.
Sit and pray,
Absolutely.
drink some water, get some banku or kenke to eat, and see what happens.
And see what happens. Get out and vote as early as possible. Relax and wait for the election results.
Okay.
What I'll be looking out for is the first signal with the polling station by polling station result. Okay. Polling station by polling station. And comparing that to last election, you will get the sense of what is happening.
Will Global Info Analytics undertake exit polls? In America, they tend to do that a lot.
Yes, we are doing that. But we will not discuss the outcome of the exit poll.
Okay.
We'll look at the demography of exit polls and the issues that are driving people's intention and when they make their mind to vote and so on and so forth. We will not put out there who is leading in the exit poll. That we will not do.
Very interesting.
Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much,
Dankwa.
Musa Dankwa, Executive Director, Global Info Analytics. You can check out his page on social media. Musa Dankwa is always there. Respond. I don't know how he does it. It's very good at responding. I don't tend to respond to critics, but for all the things that have to be done, we're also across social media. We're streaming live. TV3 Ghana always available for you. Let's get to see what you're making of continuous coverage. Election Command Center, Ghana Decides, and we're bringing this to you, knowing that we also have a perspective as well. The good thing is we have a major radio subsidiary right here in Accra. We're talking about 3FM 92.7, also streaming same across the
of course,
various
we're live on
social
DSTV
media
as well,
platforms.
Channel 2.
Well, so you can always get the best. Let me just read a couple of messages. So I have this one. This one from Kelvin Ashong. It says, Pakwesi, you have an increased appetite for asking questions, so that's a good thing. Pakwesi Ashong. And Azamili says, I agree. Get Banku and Kenke to eat and just relax and wait for the poll results tomorrow. Yeah. Money also right here on our stream. Please share the stream. Let's have some great conversations thereof. Well,
hello now. Who do you have there?
Yes, Pakwesi. On this side, we were just enjoying the interactions you had on Zoom just now.
I see someone has joined. You've got a new face there.
Exactly. We've just been joined by Professor Kwesi Enim. He is a security analyst, and he's joining us to have a conversation on electoral security. Okay. We know that we have recorded pockets of violence in the past, some still unresolved. Going into tomorrow's elections, what are some of the projections we can make in terms of how we are prepared security-wise? We'll have that conversation shortly. But I know you also have some data with respect to what has happened in previous years. So I'm going to
we're going to be bringing you that data later.
Yes,
we're trying to put our data team, to put in those figures. And once we get that, we'll cross back to this side of the studio.
Yes, we'll come back to you in due course. But to you, Prof, thank you so much for joining us. Great to have you.
Thank you.
Yesterday, I was listening to one of the press releases by the police with regards to the rally that took place in Medina at the University of Ghana. And we were told that there were 2 helicopters from the Ghana Police Service, which were going to, do we call it parading? We're going to fly over the area just to make sure that they had proper surveillance over the entire area, or the 2 areas where the rallies were taking place. And many people thought that, well, that was some kind of an assurance of the beefing up of security ahead of the election day tomorrow. Do you feel the same way?
Well, it's proactive policing, proactive security, the use of intelligence, the use of, prior assessments, but also it's an indication of proactiveness and the speed and the willingness with which the service personnel are going to work. So there's a lot of coordination all over the country. So somewhere around Djaboso, we know that a couple of macho men have come in from La Côte d'Ivoire, and others have come in from elsewhere. The IGP has indicated that. And I like the IGP statement. That you can come in, but I also have a place for you to sleep. Which I think, is a really very bold, direct messaging that says, each and every person who flouts the rules will be dealt with. This will not be business as usual. Yeah. And I think that messaging is clear.
It's reassuring.
It's reassuring. And if we can get
the judiciary, I think there's a fast-track court or fast-track courts to deal with election-related incidents. What I'm asking for both from the judiciary and from the law enforcement side is the speed with which they will communicate their actions and interventions to the generality of the Ghanaian people. And that has a preventive, effect. That we know that people have misbehaved here. This is what has happened to them. So if I do the same, it can happen to me. It can happen to me. So I'm very confident going into the elections.
You think we are ready?
We are very ready.
All right. And from your experience, just gathering from the happenings on the ground, the things that we all hear and see, and also judging from the special voting exercise which took place a few days ago, do you notice anything that we should be concerned about?
Well, please don't go sharing food and don't go sharing money. It's unacceptable, it's unethical, and it leads to unnecessary tensions.
Is it a security issue?
It can be.
Okay, how?
Because a lot of those who are competing for seats tomorrow are driven not by the greater good of this country, but by the allure of power and what comes with it. And therefore, their hangers-on are willing and prepared to do anything that will ensure that their candidate wins. And therefore, anything at all that can or might sway people's perceptions getting into that booth can lead to unnecessary tensions. But let me quickly say, though, that from our coverage this year, we've had considerably fewer hotspots. We've had considerably fewer reportage of posters being torn, defaced, of rallies being disrupted. There was a sense of fear in Accra yesterday that these two parties were
going to clash.
Yes, we're going to clash. I monitored all the media stations, and even this morning, there's almost no reportage of anything. And I think for me, that sends a clear signal that people are willing to exercise their civic responsibilities in a mature manner that allows our opponents to do so. Having said that, I think I will appeal to our donor partners not to be too hasty in making statements about the outcome of the elections and what might happen in terms of violence. I think when a senior diplomat like the British High Commissioner makes a statement that she expects this election to be less peaceful than others, that is unfair. That diminishes the responsibility of the average Ghanaian voter to make choices devoid of violence. And I think our assessments this year, having traveled around this country, looked at what we have done, gives me the confidence that yes, there may be isolated
cases.
Yes, cases. But in the generality, I think it's going to be peaceful because people want peace, people want stability, people want development. And these huge rallies last night that did not create any tensions, I think is something positive that we need to take into the elections.
Well, I'd have you know that on my way home yesterday, I passed in front of the University of Ghana, and I saw people in NDC colors and people in MPP colors at the intersection playing music and dancing. And I tried to capture it, but I was in my car and there was so much police presence. So, among other things, I decided, I needed to do the proper thing and put my phone down. So I could not capture that. But, it gives us a lot of reassurance about, how tolerant we are now, ahead of the elections. Yes. I'm going to come to you, Doc, but before that, I'd like Parkwesi to give us some data in terms of history. What are some of the facts and figures you can share with regard to election security?
Not election security now. We're talking about some of the constituencies that are considered swing constituencies in the run-up to this year's election. And we're going to start off with the Adenta constituency. It's one of the constituencies that, is considered a swing constituency since 1996. The seat is currently being held by the NDC Member of Parliament, who is Mohammed Adamu Ramadan. He's a current Member of Parliament. Mind you, he's a brother to the Second Lady, Samira Baumia. So, he comes from a very political family. And he seems to, be liked, very much by the constituents. And he's coming up against Akosia Menu, who is popularly referred to as Cozy. She's a former banker. She worked in the office of the First Lady. And she's currently the Deputy Chief Executive Officer of, I think, the National Youth Authority or so. She's also a very popular woman on the ground. And we've seen her embark on a number of projects ever since the party picked her as parliamentary candidate. So this we consider a key battleground. Will it be Adamu Ramadan, who is a brother to Samira Baumia, or Akosia Menu? Mind you, Akosia Menu also has a backing of some political force around here. She's married to the son of Peter McMenu, so you know where she's coming from. Very solid, very, very solid. So that's a place to look out for, Adenta constituency. Very, very, very big place to look out for. Then we're talking about Dade Kotopon constituency. So the NDC has been represented by Rita Na Odole Sowa, and then we have Joseph Ado for the NPP. Just look at the name, Rita Na Odole Sowa. Now, her brother is Vincent Sowa, who was within the NPP. He was the former MP who has now broken away from the party and is going independent. So it's something that probably could affect the fortunes of the NPP in that particular constituency. So that's a sibling factor we talk about, Vincent and Rita. We know that both the NPP and the NDC have won the seats once in the last 2 elections. So it is a key battleground to look out for. And guess who Joseph Ado is? He's a president's driver. He's a driver of the president. So it's going also to be a very key battleground going into tomorrow's elections. So I encourage you to call somebody that tomorrow, tune into no other place but TV3. We'll give you the figures at La Dade Kotopon. In the Yawaso West Wogon constituency, we've got John Domelo, actor, businessman, politician, he's major into farming, he's encouraging the youth to get into farming, and he's coming up against Lydia Seriam Al-Hassan. Lydia was, had kids with the former member of parliament who passed away. What's his name? Now help me out. What's his name? Ejako. Ejako, yes.
Bwache Ejako.
Yeah, Bwache Ejako. So she took over from him when he passed away, and you heard all those stories about bloody widow and all that in parliament.
Unfortunately.
Yes. So Ayawaso West Wogon is also a very interesting key battleground. It seems to have gone in the favor of the NPP for some time now. You can call the constituency an intellectual region or constituency.
Elitist,
You've got the East Legon people there. You've got the likes of Professor, the university people who are also there.
Yeah.
So they are considered very elitist, very, very, intellectual in their thinking and all that.
But while it's gone in favor of the MPP, it's very keenly contested because in the last election, I think that John Dumelo had about 37,000 and Lydia Al-Hassan had about 39,000. So it was a very close call.
Very close now, very close. And that's where I was
contested.
actually going to go, because you look at the difference in parliamentary votes, just a little over 2,300.
Yeah,
and that's what is giving John Dumelo the impetus that going another time, he can get that seat. And you saw all the controversies that came with him becoming the next parliamentary candidate.
Yeah.
Because after losing that seat, many thought that he was going to go to the Volta region.
Yeah.
And so his own best friend, had gone in to take that seat, and then it became like some controversy, and then John comes back and takes it. So he's now the parliamentary candidate. Now, in the presidential, the difference was just 200 and a little over 250.
Yes.
A little over 250. So it is a key battleground.
Yeah.
And I guess that's why the NPP must have had their the final rally there, because, look, you've got to, ramp up support, you've got to energize the base. And we hope that, you know, that last-minute rally there will work some magic for them. But
yeah, and they've also gotten some attention because of the food sharing saga that happened during the special voting exercise.
Right.
And yes, a lot. Well, all of us really turned our attention to that particular constituency, and so the issues in that constituency are interesting.
Very interesting. Very interesting. And Ma Lydia, they call her Ma Lydia.
Yes.
That's what everybody calls her.
Yeah,
You know, and she recently, you know, has come up for, she's taken a lot of flack for what happened, you know, during that special voting exercise. You know, she's reported to have been sharing food during the voting exercise, and then she goes up and says, no, it wasn't me, oh, it wasn't me. You know, so people are criticizing her and say, listen, we've seen you on camera sharing food, and then you categorically come out and say, no. I don't know whether the special prosecutor has been, yes, he's been petitioned on that matter.
John Dumelo did petition the special prosecutor on that. But since we're talking about election-related security, it's important, I think one of the things that we need to consider as voters, receiving or accepting food when you're yet to vote, while it's an act of illegality, it's also something that, you know, just for personal security, we need to be concerned about, you know, receiving food when you are in a queue, waiting to vote.
And many people have condemned that act. That singular act by Ma Lydia has been condemned. But to wrap up with this, I must say that the votes at the University of Ghana is going to make the difference. That's where the numbers are.
The students.
That's where the numbers are. And so you see, I've seen John Dumelo, a lot of his Instagram posts, he's been to campus, dining and whining with the students, watching movies with them, playing ampe with the... I'm like, wow.
But you know, Pakwesi, people on the other side have also said that these students are in school, but they are not registered in that constituency. And that when it's time to vote, they will go to their various constituencies to vote, because people often would register in the constituency where they live or are from, and not in the constituency where they are attending school or applying a trade. And so even though the university campus holds the numbers, a lot of them will leave when it's time for elections, and so campaigning there so massively might not be, you know, the most prudent thing to do. But I don't know.
That's subjective. I think the person who can answer it correctly will be Prof.
Yes. I think on the contrary, you know, the political parties have the numbers. You know, the last time they did their registration, the students were on campus. A lot of them might have transferred their votes. Others who have turned 18 had also registered. They have the numbers. I think they have evidences to show that the campus is still...
Yeah, rightly put. I think I remember one of the campaign videos we saw of John Dumelo as he was talking to the students. I think we had something about vote transfer. And then
quite a lot of people.
Quite a number of them. That settles that part of them. That makes a lot of sense. Pakwesi, do you have some more for us?
Yes, I'm going to tell you about the Lejokuku constituency. That's my constituency.
Oh, that's my constituency too.
That's
my constituency too.
We're watching both of you.
It is also considered a key battleground.
Oh, right.
Welcome aboard.
Yes. Too late to transfer.
It's also it's considered a key battleground because it's a swing constituency, and we know both the NDC and the NPP have won the seats in the last two elections. This man right here, Dr. Bernard Okoboy, he won that seat in 2016, and he's since been rewarded. He was head of the NHIA. He's now the health minister. He's seen as a lover boy. Everybody loves him. He seems to, you know, have that charm, you know, and it cuts across both the NPP and the NDC. You know, they love him across board. But unfortunately, he's in a constituency that, you know, doesn't seem to be loyal at all. And if you hear some of the things that they said when he lost the election, for instance, he wasn't coming to Kojimo, he wasn't all those things, you know, you've got to be seen to be attending funerals.
No, but he did something particularly fascinating. When he lost, a couple of days later, he donned his doctor's garb and went to the hospital to work.
The Lekma Hospital, right down the road.
And I think that really sent a powerful, signal of somebody who wants to provide service for his
and
community.
the government couldn't keep him there any longer. They had to bring him back to NHI.
Sure, certainly.
On the issue of Kojemo and funerals, I think that for a communal community like Teshi, I grew up at Teshi Tribulal, right at the bus stop near the Total Filling Station. For a community that's very communal, these social cultural activities are very important, and it goes to the heart of how you feel about the people. All right. So if you attend, I mean, in some constituencies, they want you to erect whatever infrastructure, and in some constituencies, they want to know that you feel a part of them. So these events are important to us as a people. I mean, if there's a Kojemo going on, everybody's uncle and everybody's grandmother and everyone who knows anybody will be there to show that we are welcoming this baby as part of our community, because we are raised by, the neighbors. Like everybody's, father or mother. And so it is a key issue for communal areas like Teshi Tribulal. So I totally understand.
I mean, absolutely. It's a matter of value, isn't it? It's a higher calling. I mean, as I said earlier, politics is, to some people, identity as well, all right?
Yes.
Now, if you do not go there, and you see how your Ebusepeni will actually, sort of smack you if you don't attend family gatherings.
Exactly.
This is the level that people take seriously identity, right? If you're not connecting, you're not connected. And that is a matter of, higher, cultural values. So you don't actually discount these things in political sense.
But you see, people tend to forget that before you became somebody, you were within the community.
Absolutely.
And people find it quite offensive that when we've come around you, and that's nice saying, contributed to making you someone.
That's right.
You then turn your back
that's right.
and look down on the things that binds the community together. So part of public service is to ensure that you still partake in the activities that bind.
Actually, in the 2000 election, one of the crucial things that led to Kufuor's, winning is funerals. In my PhD, it's clearly said Odo Sykes clearly told me they had a particular strategy to ensure that he's plugged into funerals. And it won the hearts of people.
10, 15 funerals
exactly.
a day. Top speed.
Because in Ashanti, I don't say this on authority, but it appears to me that in Ashanti, funerals are important. Very important social events. So if you want the people to feel cared for or valued, then you would be interested in their funerals.
And particularly in situations of crisis and of pain. Emotional intelligence is very key. When people are in crisis and you demonstrate a sense of affection and care, they remember that, So I think it's key that all those who want to say, do that.
Well, there's different strokes for different folks, I guess, back with you.
Right now, so he's doing a comeback. Dr. Bernard Okoboy is doing a comeback, and he's been touting a lot of the developmental projects he's engendered over the last few years, talking about the construction of an astroturf, and that's what a lot of the politicians are doing these days, constructing astroturfs, and getting people to come together, play football and do other activities. So he's hoping that he can annex this seat, and take it back for the NPP. So we look forward to see what exactly happens. But now I've got a lot more of this, plus other analysis that will be coming up later. I just need to make a quick correction where I talked about Ma Lydia and who she had kids with. It's actually the brother of Boache Jacko. That's Emmanuel Ejako Chemante, not Boache Jacko.
Thank you so much, Pakwesi, for bringing us those actual facts and figures from the various hotspots, so to speak. Prof. Edim said we don't have so many hotspots this time, but these are areas to keep an eye on. These are areas to keep an eye on going into tomorrow's election.
Sure. We don't have Odododio there.
We should add Odododio?
Yeah, it's been always one of the stuff.
Well, yes, actually. Yes, actually.
The whole country.
Yes, actually. I remember as a young girl, that's how I got to know
Even
about
in Takrady, when I was you hear the immediately.
That's right.
And the fascinating thing, my Nigerian friends, for some reason, find the very name so fascinating.
Yes. You know, on a lighter note, it's during elections that you hear interesting constituency names. You know, I remember again as a young girl, I thought Odododio was quite a mouthful for the name of a constituency or a place. But Dr. Kobe Mensah rightly said it's one of the areas out fairness ahead of tomorrow.
Obviously, Profenin has, you know, obviously from an authority perspective, you know, highlighted some of the key. I feel that our political parties shouldn't think that we are the UK, the US. You know, and so we have to do these things earlier. I don't see how we don't actually embed security conversations right from the get-go of the campaign. You know, the political parties start barely just about 2 months to the campaign. That is when our education should start.
Sure.
You know, I feel that the police, and I have always given the EC a flack because I feel the EC is a regulator of the election. And like any other regulator, you're responsible for policies as well as implementation of them. All right. Now, what stops the EC from saying that we are actually cataloging infractions and we'll pass it on to the appropriate quarters for investigation and, you know, punitive measures, and quickly acting on it. 2020, we still haven't had any response of what actually happened, the infractions. It could have served a lot of notices to people that, look, I don't know why they look at electoral and political offenses as lesser evils when you do the same thing in normal life. You are in forever, you know, but you have macho men misbehaving and then going scot-free. You have politicians misbehaving and going scot-free. I think that we have to embed our, you know, security conversations in the campaign. So immediately the political parties start their campaigning, the security agencies and the EC and the NCCs, they also start a campaigning and telling people, if you commit this offense, you go in for how many years? If you commit this offense, this is the punitive measure. Don't do this because it's an offense. Could you believe Lydia saying, and she was in my class, lovely lady, I love it, you know, but saying that I didn't know, I did it out of, what do you call,
a kind
good
heart.
thinking.
Yeah.
Come on, man. You know, you are a politician. You're supposed to know the law.
You're a legislator.
Exactly. And so for me, the enlightenment has to come earlier than just, you know, reactionary, and then the police issue a response. No, the police can get a budget and start going to the what do you call the 16 regions and having campaigns about electoral, what has happened in the past, and what are the likely new occurrences, what are the punitive measures, and people get to know it. Young people, you know the usual target. Politicians will use young people, they will use macho people, they will use market boys and girls, you know. So you look at these targets and then have that education that by the time the politicians are wrapping up their campaign, you would have also done quite a number of education. You know, again, on social media, what is the police saying? They could actually have had about a 6-month social media campaign talking about social media infractions leading to elections. You know, causing fear and panic, misinformation, all these are infractions. You start campaigning over there. By the time the election is here, people are very well informed.
I think you make a very good point on election-related infractions and what the punitive measures are. Do we know enough, Prof. Enin, do we know what the infractions are? Do you think that there has been enough education, if not this year, from previous years? Because we have seen security agents and members of parliament during the special election, the special voting, blatantly flout the rules. And we haven't really heard about any punitive measures or punishments. Do we know enough?
I think we know enough. The gap is about how we use the law to punish those who have infringed the rules. There's this handbook called Election Security, I think. And I think it's published almost every year. I don't know about the levels of distribution. But I will be hard-pressed to argue that a statutory official goes out on duty and doesn't know the do's and don'ts.
Well, we saw them taking pictures of their ballot paper. You know.
I'm hoping that they will all be called, particularly if we saw their faces, and that appropriate sanctions are applied. You see, because if those who are supposed to mediate and moderate the behavior of the generality of the public themselves are flouting the rules, then it becomes problematic. Yeah. You see, because they themselves, they must be held to a higher standard because they play an oversight role and must ensure that the rules are, followed.
Are well followed to the latter. Well, I guess we wait to see. Over the years, one rule that I've heard over and over again is after you vote, leave the polling station and go home. You may return during counting. Now, that's one that I think has been drummed home, over and over and over the years.
And let us also say that sometimes I get disappointed in the political parties, especially what MPP did this year, all right?
With respect to what?
The media misinformation. You know, when the NDC guy spoke ill of former President Kufuor, which everybody revered, they issued a statement to condemn it.
NDC, yes.
When the Wuntumi guy actually did the misinformation, have you seen a statement from the MPP?
He was picked up almost immediately.
Yeah, but he got a bail, whereas the NDC criticized it and issued a statement. MPP never issued a statement. I feel disappointed because, you see, political parties are agents for human resource for this country, especially political leadership, all right? You recruit, to grow these young people to become our politicians. If you don't actually criticize, issue statement on these things, the young people that you have recruited who are now the youth, leaders in the political, they become party chairs, they become candidates, flag bearers, etc., and they don't feel any ethical constraint to comment because their predecessors didn't do so.
Well, that's one of the things we keep hearing. Well, this is something we do all the time. Why should that be a problem?
That is not the case.
Exactly.
If your other political parties issued a statement, although you probably think that that person connects to you, you still have to. I mean, your parents would actually criticize it in front of, let's say,
others,
strangers. If you do something wrong, they won't say that because you're my son or daughter.
But Kobe, I mean, really, if we follow your line of thought in terms of the misinformation and disinformation, then I think the parties haven't done well.
Yeah,
I mean,
seriously, that's why I'm really...
And one of the things now that has bothered me about this disinformation is that the international media has also sought to create the impression that this is some Russian, Chinese campaign. But when our own politicians deliberately,
it's home.
Put out false information. False historical.
They even sponsored these guys to do that.
Precisely.
Oh, no.
Then it becomes a problem.
Oh, no.
It could be possible.
I think going forward, I mean, the way that political parties handle information, package it, give it out to the public is key because it's easy to fact check. Just like I think I've been fact checked right now. But we must be bold enough when we make that mistake.
That's right.
To be able to say
you have to be on record to have criticized. You see, regardless whether the person is related to you or not. I feel that they owe it a duty, to teach their young ones. Because
the right way.
I fear. I was telling my class that if you guys are actually the future of Ghana that we say, then I'm really afraid to live in this country when I'm old.
Have a little hope.
When I'm old.
Have a little hope.
Never that.
It's really...
Never that. So we're going to try our best, the best way possible that we can to bring you some information on what the various election-related infractions are, so that for those of you who do not know, you will know.
Absolutely.
So at least we can tell you 3 right now from our discussion. 1, when you finish voting, leave. Don't hang around, don't loiter about, don't take videos and pictures. Leave. Go home. You may return during counting, so you can observe. And after that, go back home. Do not take photos of your ballot paper after you have voted. At any point, in fact, do not take photos of your ballot paper at all. And most importantly, do not go sharing anything to anybody who's in the queue to vote. And do not receive anything from anybody who's trying to, share whatever while you are in the queue to vote. These are election-related infractions, and you do not want to be caught doing any of these things. You're watching TV3. We are your election command center, and we're live on 3FM as well, 92.7. You can listen to us live on our social media handles. You can connect with us with the hashtag election command center. We're happy to read your messages and your thoughts on any of the discussions we've had so far. I'll be reading them in a minute. If I don't, Judy Brown will read them as we go. But just finally on security and so on, from your professional background, if you could offer some advice to our security agencies ahead of tomorrow, what would they be?
Be professional, be neutral, don't seek to intimidate, either by the way you walk around, carry your gun, glare at people. Be seen as a neutral arbiter. Be fair to all who are involved in any situation that you need to play a role. Be seen to be above the fray.
All right. All right. Very important. And Doc, for young people who are going to be on social media all day tomorrow, is there any advice you can give them in respect of security and obeying the rules?
I mean, the top man has actually enumerated, so. But of course, from a very lay perspective, I think that people must be aware that, there's quite a lot of misinformation, all right? By the way, which is giving a lot of people BP. Sometimes I wake up in the morning, very early morning, and people are sending me and say, "Bro, what do you think is going on?" Because they see quite a lot of messages, especially on social media. So I think that you have to be aware that there's quite a lot of misinformation, disinformation, deliberately going on. Don't share them. I mean, if you're in doubt,
how can you decipher between what information is accurate and which isn't?
Because some information are too extreme.
Okay.
I mean, when you hear that they say Dr. Mahmoud Baumia has said so, you realize that it's too extreme to be true. So you want to verify with traditional media. I always say that people think that traditional media is dying. No, that's where we verify, authenticate, our information. So once you see some extreme things, this one, then go and check online. Just Google and put TV3 there to see whether a story will come up. Because you hardly would have editorial teams, allowing some of these things to go on their platforms, all right? So you can use that to verify. Again, you can even check with someone that you think probably would have a higher level knowledge than you are, even if you don't know how to search on Google.
The thing is that we have a very high appetite for breaking news, It's a high appetite.
Everyone wants to be the first
everyone wants to be the one who said it first. And then we see on social media, people are, retweeting what you said, and it's with your handle, so you are the source. There's a very high appetite for that. And I think that during this time, we should, lower that appetite a bit.
Of course. I think that you want to be known to be someone who people can have quality information from, not just someone who can just share anything.
Yeah, that's right. So that's by way of education, if you like, and information, and information to you. But finally, I know I said finally before, but finally, I just saw a message on WhatsApp from a gentleman who was asking, if I could just read, okay, I cannot pull it up, but basically, a gentleman was asking, what if a trusted source misinforms? How do you handle that? Is it necessary at all for all of us to be, and when I say all of us, I mean on social media, is it necessary for all of us to be keen on sharing election-related news? Or should we leave it to the media to handle properly?
I don't think we can legislate that. Because everybody, feel part of the election systems. And as part of, a citizenry and want to be part of the election, your bound is bound to share. just exercise restraint and make sure that you can evaluate that message. But
Okay.
we can't legislate that only the media. We're all media.
Yeah.
You know? So
Yeah.
I don't think we can legislate that.
Yeah, very well. Well, that was a message from a young man, John. That's all he gives us, John. Well, thank you for sending that in. I promise I will read more messages moving on. So you can please keep them coming in with the hashtag Election Command Center. I'll read your messages, share them, but you have to add the hashtag Election Command Center, and we'll read them on X. On Facebook and other platforms, we are streaming live. So you can just go to the comment section and send us a message there. We'll read it as well. We're on all day today. This is the daybreak shift. Wow. We're on from 6 a.m. to 12 p.m. And the show still continues all day, 24 hours, from today all the way till the election results are called and declared and verified. And we know that, you know, the next president has been elected. So stay with us. We are your Election Command Center. And Judy Brown is here with us to bring us some more information on what's happening online. Hi, Judith.
Hi, Na. Well,
all right.
We're going to start with election brief first, and then we'll give you some of the comments online. We threw a question to the public. We'll bring you those details much later in the day. But first, it's in the news today. Our role is not to make anybody a president or a member of parliament. Ours is to conduct orderly, credible, fair, highly professional and efficient elector. She delivered a clarion call to her staff ahead of the polls, urging them to uphold integrity, transparency and professionalism. In her final address ahead of the elections, Madam Mensah expressed her confidence in the staff's ability to deliver credible results, but reminded them of the weight of their responsibility, charging them to approach their duties with the truth and impartiality.
The majority of the work will start from today through to the election day until the declaration and the days following. In our engagements and interactions with you, you have demonstrated your resolve to conduct elections per excellence, elections that reflect the will of the people as expressed at the polls. We charge you to go forth and to serve God and country in this election and make Ghana proud. We urge you to abide by the values and motto of the Commission, i.e., transparency, fairness, and integrity. Let truth guide you. Our collective roles, yours and ours, is not to make anybody a president or a member of parliament. Ours is to conduct orderly, credible, fair, and highly professional and efficient elections. In doing so, we charge you to do it with integrity and to let truth guide you. Be fair in all your dealings. Be transparent and above board. Follow the directions provided you by the Commission, including the wearing of gloves before counting, the posting of pink sheets at all the polling stations, amongst others. Count the votes accurately and fill out the forms professionally. Your role as presiding officers, and here I'm referring to our presiding officers, and your work at the polling stations, which culminates in the pink sheets, is what determines the outcome of the election. We urge you to do it with integrity and truth, and let God's light guide you. Let us all remember, you and us alike, that at the end of the day, we will be answerable to God for our actions and activities. Let us remember that He will judge us for all we do. We trust in you to ensure that votes that are valid are not declared as rejected ballots.
Also on the Electoral Commission chairperson, Madam Jean Mensah, has urged electorates to cast their votes peacefully and avoid being used as tools of violence.
People of Ghana, we encourage you to go out and cast your votes in an orderly manner. As a commission, we have laid out credible and seamless processes for you. We have employed and deployed sufficient materials, and we trust that your experience will be hassle-free and seamless. To our teeming youth and first-time voters, we encourage you to go out in your numbers to cast your vote in an orderly manner. Do not be used as tools of violence. Say no to violence. As a commission, we assure you that God, being our helper, will do everything in our power to ensure that the elections are transparent, fair, credible, and peaceful, and indeed glorious. And yes, by God's grace, we can and we will. God being our helper, we will make Ghana proud, and we will make God proud. May God bless our homeland Ghana and make His beloved nation great and strong.
And that's all for Election Brief this morning. We'll go for a short break. When we're back, we'll bring you some social media comments you have made to us on the December 7 election. Do stay tuned.
One of the most important and popular forms of communication is through a television set, and not just any television set, but Franco television set. We have smart and LED TVs ranging from the smallest of 32 inches to the biggest of 86 inches. Franco television is easy to operate, it gives you the best picture, and it has distinctive features like Maracas, USB, Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, and 4K resolution pictures. Rush now to any of our branches nationwide or on our website at www.francotrading.com. You can call the numbers on the screen for any assistance. Franco Trading Enterprise is still the home of quality television sets.
You know, one bucket of Flamingo paint is equal to several buckets of any other paint brand on the market. Flamingo paint, superior durability, superior hiding, superior coverage. Flamingo paint, simply superior. You know, one bucket of Flamingo paint is equal to several buckets of any other paint brand on the market. Flamingo paint, superior durability, superior hiding, superior coverage. Flamingo paint, simply
This October to December, King's Furniture says thank you Ghana. Enjoy a whopping 25% off on all our domestic kitchen, wardrobes and sofas. Upgrade your home with the finest furniture crafted right here in Ghana. And for your office, we're offering 20% discount on all office furniture because your workspace space deserves the best. Whether it's for home or office, now's the time to make your space truly yours and give the gift of comfort and style to your loved ones. Hooray! Promo is from October 1st and ends December 31st, 2024. Visit King's Furniture Showroom today and enjoy these incredible discounts. Locate us in Accra, Kisima, adjacent Melco and Takrade, Tanokrum, Pipeline, right opposite Connect FM, or call us on 050-150-5507 Accra and 050-133-2327. King's Furniture sets a standard. And a big thank you to Ghana.
Everybody knows Acrobato. And if you know Acrobato, it means you know M-Punch Homeopathic Clinic. M-Punch Homeopathic Clinic is my pillar. Let's hear what others are saying about M-Punch Homeopathic Clinic. Who will be careful M-Punch one?
Just an amian Casami Pro, and that's a problem. It's not my one way.
Try the new Rexona 72-hour non-stop protection for clean, dry, and fresh underarms every day.
You'll ever taste.
Hi, baby.
Hi, Mom.
Hope you're having fun at Granny's.
Yeah, but Grandma doesn't have my favorite top chocolate spread. Hi, Mom. Mommy, please, I missed top chocolate spread on bread.
Tasty too. Made just for you and me. Choco, it's chocolate choco, it's chocolate choco, it's chocolate choco. Top choco, it's chocolate.
Surprise children!
Yay! It's chocolate choco.
Taste of chocolate. This advert is FDA approved.
How do I?
Results.
Mentor 13. From soul-stirring sounds to electrifying beats, these aspiring stars are ready to dazzle you with their vocal prowess and stage presence. Who will rise to the occasion? Who will steal the spotlight? Set your reminders and get ready to cheer for your favorites right from the comfort of your home with Regina Van Helvet and Mauli Gavor in the driving seat. Don't miss out on a moment of the action, the drama, and the unforgettable performances that will keep you at the edge of your seat. Tune in every Sunday at 8 p.m. only on TV3. Mentor 13, the Rising Star Edition.
Mentor 13 is powered by Shaltox Lozenges.
Sponsored by Darlin Lemon Drink, Darlin XYZ Wine, Blue Jeans Energy Drink, Enapa Foods,
Frutelli Calipo,
Obuasi Nubunawo Mwankasa.
When the sun rises, there is hope. While this hope lingers on, the citizens look up to the government, the economy, the national development agenda, and everything in between.
On Ghana Tonight, it's our utmost priority to bring you insightful conversations on the economy, break down the biggest issues while setting the agenda for transformation and national development. The big and important stories are treated from the human interest angle, while the facts and the figures are painted with precision.
So now, let's cut the convention and start the conversation here on Ghana Tonight. I am your host, Alfred Okamsi.
Ghana Tonight shows Monday to Friday at 10 p.m. on TV3.
Brought to you by Flamingo Paint. Superior durability, superior hiding, superior coverage, simply superior.
will make history again as over 18 million registered voters head to the polls. Across 276 constituencies, the fight for the presidency and parliamentary majority takes center stage, with swing regions like Greater Accra and Central holding the key to the nation's future. This year, first-time voters, more than 1.5 million strong, are set to influence the results like never before. Will their voices redefine Ghana's democracy, or will party strongholds remain unshaken? From urban battlegrounds to rural powerhouses, every vote matters. This is just not an election. It is the future of governance, the balance of power, and the voice of a united Ghana.
Just one day to elections, and yes, this is your Election Command Center. Welcome back. We're also live on 3FM 92.7. Well, we asked you a question right here on our social media page, TV3 Ghana. Do last-minute rallies enhance a party's credibility, or does it come off as a desperate attempt to win votes? And as you know, just yesterday, we had two huge rallies from both the MPP and the NDC in two adjoining communities. Well, let's get some of the answers as regards to this question. This is from Joe Flames, and he says that yes, with the observation that I have made this time, the last-minute rallies have rather increased the voter turnout. Well, that's his thoughts on these last-minute rallies. Well, we saw the crowds that were at these rallies quite huge. A lot of jabs being thrown by both parties. We listened to some of the youth over there. Very interesting thoughts from them. But yes, he believes that it's going to increase voter turnout. This is Ezekiel, and he says that it tests readiness. He believes it tests the readiness of the parties ahead of December 7 election. We get more views from you. Yakubu says, is 24-hour economy a policy? Well, he's asking us. I don't believe that this answers the question much, but, well, that's his view as well. Al-Hassan Askanda, he has quite a long message here. He says, on Saturday, we shall remember e-levy, COVID tax, high fuel prices, defeated Ejapa royalty deal, BOG record losses, 60 billion, quite a number of issues that he says is going to influence his vote. So basically, he is just giving some of the issues that will influence his vote come December 7. Not really an answer, it's clearly a message for the New Patriotic Party, which he believes will be able to garner enough votes for the 2024 December 7 election. Also, the second coming, clearly a message to the NDC. He says that this party is born with vision to thrive and is etched in the pages of history. Well, let's get some more thoughts from you. Quite long messages there. And Kabiru, he says Dr. Bawumia is winning with 50.6%. He has toured all the constituencies while the flip-flop is sitting in Accra, telling Ghanaians that well, I cannot really read that. Well, that's what he says. We are still garnering thoughts on whether or not these big rallies, like the huge rallies that were organized by the MPP and the NDC yesterday at two adjoining communities, Medina and University of Ghana, Legon, really would impact the number of votes or voter turnout come December 7, which is tomorrow. One person says, I think it's possibly done to show off. He believes this is just a show off. And so these are some of the comments coming from you. This is also a very long message from one youthful person. So basically, these are the number of comments we've got from you as regards to really what you think about the rallies that are being organized, last-minute rallies. Yesterday, we had two very interesting ones, the flag bearers of the MPP and the NDC, as well as some bigwigs, party bigwigs, were at these rallies, sharing their thoughts and, of course, garnering votes from the youth. We have about 1.5 million persons, which are in the category of youth, having to vote this year. Will they really make a difference? We're yet to find out come December 7. But of course, we're going to be speaking to some of our correspondents as well. From the various constituencies. We've spoken to Ibrahim Abubakar in the Ashanti region as well. And so we'll get some comments from them as well as to really what is happening. We've seen some memes as well, some very interesting memes on social media. Before we get to our correspondents, a lot of memes have been shown on social media. You can see one on your screens right now. You can see a person charging his voter's ID card. Very funny over there, interesting meme, and I believe it speaks to the issue of digitalization, which Dr. Baumia is championing. Very interesting. We get some more videos, or I mean some of the issues or memes that have been shared on social media pages. We are getting a lot of people sharing very interesting memes. Let's get more memes from our social media pages, and you can see one over there. The person is basically ironing his voter's ID card. Really funny stuff on social media, getting to the 2024 election. Just a few hours left, and people are ironing their voter's ID card. Now, Shoko, what do you think about these funny memes?
It's important at this time to help, relax, tensions.
Yes, yeah, get ready.
I saw that very old universal charger, which was introduced at a time when phone batteries were, separate from the phone. I haven't seen one of those chargers in so long, so it was refreshing and very humorous too.
Well, I haven't even seen a charger like that before.
Oh, you haven't? Well, yeah, you are Gen Z. But yeah, that was a universal charger back in the day when you could take your charger, your battery out of the phone, and we had extra batteries. So you plug this one, and then you put the spare on. Yes. So the phones with built-in batteries are actually quite new.
We have to have them in
For that I remember. We used to change the batteries those days. So what do you think?
That was a funny
yourself?
one.
What do you think about these last-minute rallies? I mean, do you think that they're really going to increase voter turnout? Because one of the persons on social media says that it's just for show-off. What's your thought?
Well, I really do not know.
Okay. I can offer you some help.
I think. So I just wanted
Maybe
to
your
say
analysts can give their views on that as well.
While we watched the rallies and we were looking at the numbers and thinking, okay, a lot of young people turning up. Does it mean that we're going to have a lot of young people voting? Because there are 1.5 million at least Ghanaians who are going to be voting. But one of them, clad in one party outfit, she was in an MPP t-shirt at an MPP rally. A journalist approached her and asked her a question, and she said, so that got me thinking about these rallies and the representation and what they actually mean.
Yeah, of course, within the political tools, political campaigning tools, one of them is rallies. They serve their purpose in the campaign strategy. What does that do? It mobilizes, it gives a certain mojo to the party's base. All right. Of course, you would say that they've gone around, but they've seen quite a lot of things that you haven't seen, you haven't heard. So they do the last rally, not because they just want to instigate you to vote for them, but they want to keep the issues on top of your awareness, top of mind, recency. All right. So they will enumerate where they've been and say that we found people like-minded like you, all right, who would vote for us, and so you have to vote for us. They will enumerate their issues, the policies, etc. Keep in mind. I mean, look at the reverse. If they didn't do the rallies or they didn't do the campaign, do you think people will go to the voting booth to vote? The way that Ghanaians are, we'll be sitting down and forget that even the voting is on Saturday, and then before you realize, oh, I forgot that there was, So
it's for top of mind awareness.
Yeah, to keep the momentum going. Even the one day that is interspersing, it's even dangerous. There are some people they will forget. You see, in America, they still campaign on even election day.
Wow.
But I think the last day huge rallies are key because it gives them an opportunity to reiterate the message.
Absolutely. But
it also gives them a fair indication of the strength of their base.
Absolutely.
The trending TikTok about, tell us this thing, that is not particularly new.
Yeah, of course.
Because I've been to several rallies where people are wearing multiple t-shirts.
Yeah, they wear one underneath and then,
But also that, it's a great opportunity to get free clothing.
Of course.
For a couple of years.
I remember Elizabeth Ohine's case study.
Yeah.
She said that when she was contesting, she shared the t-shirt and people would call them, oh, they want more t-shirts. So she thought that she's already won because of the number of t-shirts she shared.
But people actually just need it because they're clothes.
It's because they would dress up for Sunday. People used to go to church with in her community, and she says she had a shock of it. She wrote a piece to talk about these paraphernalia and what it means. I think
the late Sir John captured it beautifully. You can never trust delegates.
Fear delegates.
Fear delegates.
Judith, thank you so much for bringing us those thoughts from our folks on social media there. We're going to be relying on you for some more thoughts on there. But I'll also read a few messages that have come in since we started our conversation in studio from you. I promised I was going to read some of your messages, and so I'll do so now. And this is one on Lejekuku. I've been in Lejekuku all my life, and I support the NPP. Regarding Dr. Okoboy, he's much praised all over Ghana, but his human relationship on the ground with his own people is poor. He's not deep on the ground. Regarding the excuses that he was not attending funerals and outdoorings, that is not true. Looking at the situation on the ground, he might even lose again because he has taken his opponent for granted. But this guy is deep on the ground. All right, that message coming in. More messages coming in. I've got so many. I'm trying to decide which ones to read and which ones, to keep till tomorrow. Prince Henry from Koforidua says, as we speak now, NAPCO trainees are owed more than 8 months since 2021. The government keeps deceiving them. These NAPCO trainees are over 60,000. And they'll vote wisely come tomorrow. Wow. Change is a must. Hashtag Election Command Center, hashtag Ghana Decides 2024. All right. And then, and some more messages coming in. Now, thank you so much. I've learned everything I need to know about this election from listening to you guys from 6 a.m. I'm definitely sticking with you. I hope I have enough data to stay on for 24 hours. All right. Those are a few messages that you've sent in right now. But I'm going to come back to you, Doc and Prof in the studio now, and I will read some more messages before we say goodbye. So by all means, please keep them coming in, and Judy might also come back to read some more messages there. But still on election security. While we were discussing earlier, before we went on that break, I got a message from someone who said that please ask your analyst in studio, what do you do when you see a law enforcement officer doing the wrong thing? We have been told about citizen arrest. Are you to arrest that law enforcement officer? Are you to look on? What are you to do? Prof, can you take that question?
I think probably this is a very good question. I don't think off-head I have an emergency number for people to call when an officer is misbehaving. I haven't seen that. Probably for the Election Security Task Force people, it may be a good idea to put out an emergency number where people can also report uniformed personnel who are misbehaving, because our ability to report them and for them to be picked up very quickly by the roving teams also contributes to bringing, sort of confidence in the process and the system. So, Inspector General of Police and the Director of Operations, if you are listening to us, probably I think the public needs to get some hotline. some hotlines that they can respond to.
But hopefully we don't see any of that. You know, that's what we are banking on. That with all the education that I'm sure the police and the training that they've done and had ahead of the elections, hopefully.
Well, unfortunately,
we don't
yesterday,
see any of that.
I mean, some of them picked the food. I think there was some TikTok thing of some officer showing some money that he had received. You know, so there would naturally or certainly be a few infractions, but it is critical that when as citizens we see it, we can report, and then there will be a quick response to dealing with that.
Back to our Facebook feed. Ego Chui All says, looking at some of the campaign promises, the two major political parties have pledged to pass the Family Values Bill. We should really read this bill very well and know what we are actually signing up for as a community. All right. As a community and people and the whole nation at large. I don't see the rest of your message. I'll come back to it later. And then one final one says, now thank you all for bringing. All right. Now thank you for bringing these people who know what they're talking about to your studio. Unlike, all right, I'm not going to. I'm not going to read the rest of it. But yeah, thank you. Thank you for sending these messages. Thank you for sending these messages. We're hoping to touch on some of the strongholds of both the NDC and the NPP, and which regions make up the swing regions now. And I see a lot of questions about Greater Accra region and what the possibilities are. But you know, Doc, during the last election, I think it was the first time that the party that won Greater Accra did not go on to win the general elections. From what you've gathered on the ground, how does Greater Accra look for the two main competing parties?
See, Greater Accra is probably where the dissenting views are. You know, it's a macrocosm of the country. A lot of people are here. Of course, we are very close to the media houses in terms of national news.
Yeah.
And so if you look at the behavior of the political parties, they tend to tell you that, oh, you're sitting in Greater Accra, you don't know what's going on in the other villages, all right? You would expect there will be huge here, because take it or leave it, this is where Ghana starts, right? But of course, in terms of the political, calculations, you also know that, the politics is also about identities, I tell my students that people don't see political parties as only agents of economic development. They're also agents of self-concept, all right? And so there are people in Greater Accra who are from diverse backgrounds and who share the political identity as an identity as opposed to as economic agents wanting to vote for those political parties. So it's always difficult to think that a certain political party will carry Greater Accra unless we look at the polls. Observation-wise, you can't tell.
You can't tell.
But the polls are near, the election. That's one. And most of the polls that have been carried on, it looks like, the opposition NDC is carrying Greater Accra. But we cannot use that one as a certainty because of many other factors that goes into the decision vote.
Right.
If you see the political parties as agents of development, that's why it will tell you that the government is losing. But mind you, a lot of people see the political parties as completely something different.
Yeah.
But I think that could actually inform
you make a very good point about political party as part of our identity. And those identities keep shifting.
Absolutely.
If you remember, when I was a much younger man and we transitioned from the PNDC to the NDC, there were a certain class of people who were supposed to support the NDC. Exactly. Revolutionary roots. There were a certain class of people who were more sympathetic to what the PNDC sought to do and when it also transitioned into the NDC. So the Constituent Assembly that was formed, most of our ilk decided not to be part of it.
That's right.
Because it did not reflect our identity.
That's right.
And what our aspirations were. But we are seeing that between 1992 until now, I mean, the population has probably added another, what, 5 million or something?
Yeah.
The middle class has expanded. The NDC has changed its language, its character. The MPP has transformed totally.
The MPP has transformed?
Absolutely. Totally.
Okay.
The MPP is not the MPP of the 1950s.
What are the real differences between then and now?
There are new kids on the block who don't know the history of the party.
That's right.
Okay.
So there are these huge shifts in terms of the numbers. Okay, so people may align with Party X today over 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 years. They say, no. You know, I want to shift and change.
Yeah.
You know, so what Kobe's point about party identity as driving the voting patterns? I think the parties would have to look at it very seriously.
To add to what Prof is saying, you see, in 2014, I did a study, which all the two parties were there. It's a very massive study to look at the demographics and how their voting pattern have changed. Look, those days, all right, entrepreneurs are absolutely MPP. These days, there's a kind of, they've shared it, all right? Those days, if you take the lecturers, as the Prof is saying, absolutely MPP. These days, it's changed. Those days, if you take maybe market women, they are NDC. These days, it's changed. You see? So, I did a massive study on the demographics.
Market women were NDC?
Yes. Because, you know, market women was the ones that Nkrumah used. And so they had always been on the left.
Okay.
Nkrumah was absolutely funded by market women. If you read at Nkrumah's politics, all right, he was driven by the youth and market women. So that's why even in the organization, you see in the organization, and Odessa tells me, NDC is much more powerful in mobilizing women and the young people. Why? Because it's part of the ideological of the left. The left actually drives these people, all right? And so you would find TESCON in NPP, it is not part of their hue from the beginning, all right? It's an addition, all right? And so the demographics and how they align in terms of party ideological and identity, all right?
All right.
But all these have been boxed up. So in 2014, my study said that the Ghanaian voter has moved to the center. They would choose where they want to be, not because of their ideological identities, but as to what is happening in their lives, all right? But of course, we still have a certain chunk of people who their self-concept tells them that they can't belong to the other side.
Right.
All right. And it makes it difficult for them to vote for it.
Let me read some few messages coming in now. TV3 Ghana Media Journal, you're doing a fantastic job covering the CS elections. Top-notch analysis, top-notch panelists, top-notch presenters, top-notch reporting of key constituencies, top-notch social media engagement, classic studio view. Thumbs up to the entire team. Now, I'd like to ask a direct question to Dr. Kobe Mensah on one of the campaign promises of the two major political parties who have made promises on why the Family Values Bill campaign focuses when Ghanaians face pressing economic and social challenges. All right. So what the Family Values Bill is a campaign promise, a campaign focus when Ghanaians are facing pressing economic and social challenges. And secondly, do these campaign promises reflect the priorities of the electorate or just some political expediency? Hashtag read the bill, hashtag it go reach we all.
All right. You see, there's a theory in marketing. We say that the company or what is good for the consumer is not only market driven, but also not only market driven, but also market driven. All right. The CEO has an insight to understand that although you have said that you want product A, perhaps product B is good for you. All right. The political parties can see with their expertise. They can see sometimes what is good for the people. All right. The family bill that you're talking about, it speaks to your welfare. It speaks to your economic issues. All right. If you go to the UK,
the Family Values Bill speaks to economic issues.
Yeah, exactly. Because you see, when you go to, let's assume that, and I'm not advocating or otherwise for LGBTQ, but the countries that have experienced those things, it's eaten into their health bill.
Okay.
Serious health issues. Now, if you're not careful, and you don't have the infrastructure that comes with sexuality changes, the political parties or the government in power supposed to commit resources to that. And that is the budget that has to be taking care of you, maybe giving you increased salary, is what we have to commit to health challenges that people's sexuality can lead into, you know? So if you don't have the insight, you might think that, it's about the economy, it's about jobs. Why are we talking about LGBTQ? It's a very huge issue, health implications. It's also about cultural changes, all right? How would people respond to, you know, in our country, in Africa, we are not so tolerant. So when things change, people will have extreme, you know, abuses. Yeah. If people go to work and they are being abused, etc., how are the courts going to deal with this? All right, what are going to be said? So it has a whole lot of implications.
Someone says, but Doc, what serious health issues are you talking about?
Okay, go and research. Maybe it's better to you research.
To promote. Yeah, I guess
I've lived in England for about 21 years. Go and check what is the health implication.
Yeah, what's important for us to actually read the bill and know exactly
you should be prepared 360 for the consequences if you adopt it.
Kobe, you use this word intolerance.
Yeah, we are.
That I like.
Okay.
You know, in this particular campaign, you know, certain acts of intolerance have been demonstrated. Of which those of us who are stammerers have been, you know,
we pushed away.
Have been characterized in all kinds of ways.
Yeah.
That, you know, when you are lying, then you start to stammer. Stammerers are this, stammerers are that. So there's a certain intolerance in our society that we need to be conscious of. Let me come back now to your swing states talk and Kobe's point about.
Before you come to the swing states, I would like us to cross over to Safwa, who's on standby, bringing us a live report from a location in Accra. She just got on. Let's talk to her, and then we'll come back to you. Safwa is coming to us live from Tudu this morning. Hello, Safwa. Yes, Safwa, it's great to have you. Thank you so much for joining us. What can you report from Tudu, where you are now?
Okay, so now it's really been a very crucial time and movement like this as we are less than 20 hours to the elections, and it's been long anticipated. If you're in your room, you may think that people do not really want to do it, but until I went in the morning to Circle VIP station, and then I realized that stakes are high, tensions are high, people are excited. There are influx of people at the stations going to their various regions and constituencies, and others even coming back. There was a particular lady I interviewed. She mentioned that initially she was unperturbed and nonchalant about the situation, but immediately she went to the station. She felt she had to go back to Kumasi and vote. She went back home, picked her things, and then we met her there and we did that interview with her. But right now I am at Kimbu in Accra. I'm interacting with some market women, and they are also excited. They are willing to vote in Accra here, and I'll be drawing one of them so that we can find out from her thoughts about it. Hello, good afternoon, ma'am. I'm Pacho, we need the same. Lizzie, we Pacho said, so you said, Nampot, they are here to Abba. Now, why I read move to Abana and answer one. And see what will you crap as our to Abana Mano? Number one, it's number one, and therefore, not the in a walk as I. I bet me about my mind, the phone. Free sex, a what to ma, Dr. Bami, or between young man. Yeah, minor. Okay, so now actually, just for the purpose of international viewers who may not understand, she is saying that she's voting for Dr. Baumia number one on the ballot because she thinks there's going to be massive development when she votes for the MPP to retain power. Let me move on to another. Hello, yes, mommy. Hello. I'm good afternoon. That's all. Are you voting? Vote to Abayam Portina. What we need to vote to Amano. Vote to Amahai. Number one, I didn't hear. Number one, I didn't hear. Oh, and one, okay. So you want to retain Dr. Baumia? Yeah. Okay, wonderful. Hello, good afternoon. But you go back to Abayam Portina. What shall we say again? Oh, what then? Why didn't see between them who need to prepare to Amano? Nadia, I was changing Muntiama William. If you are not American, because Mrs. I'm going to my expensive and cheap. Go to Miami,
coming so more. Okay. So I'm making a home. I make you up. Now come up for myself for 2 months. Yeah. I'm out. I did see or should I am in there? I'm a pet. There come up for my office. I'm so glad.
Okay, all right. So now that is what some market women are selling. Now someone said that some is very expensive, and so for her, if anybody, if she's supposed to go for anybody, they have to come and see it. But she's still thinking about it. Let's see if you can get a bit more interactions from the middle.
Over there, Judy, it's refreshing to hear from our mothers in the market, isn't it?
Are you voting tomorrow? So have you decided?
But I believe she's talking to someone else.
Okay.
Hello, hello.
Yes, yeah, we're listening. We're listening.
Okay, yes. So you said you're voting tomorrow. Have you decided on who you are voting for? Oh, why? What are you looking at? You're still thinking about what are some of the major things you're looking at to vote for whichever party and whoever. But you are voting tomorrow. I'm still thinking. All right, sure. Thank you very much. Okay. Hello, good afternoon. Why are you busy? Okay. So now that will be about it. Some of them are excited, others who are still thinking about it. Some say their votes is very expensive, their account is expensive, and they are still thinking about it because it's going to bring major development to the country whenever they vote. So that will be all, and back to you at the studio. Thank you.
Judy, we've heard some of them say they are eager to vote. Some of them not so much, is it?
Yeah. It seems that for those who are not really ready to vote, it has to do with issues of the fact that they've seen both parties in performance. 8 years of the NDC, 8 years of the MPP. Who will be given the nod this time? Whether it's going to go to an independent candidate? Well, not really likely most of the time. But it seems they are just tired of the kind of economic struggles they've been going through, even though they've consistently tried to give each party, and I'm talking about the two major parties, the MPP and the NDC, the nod to govern this country. So I believe that's really where their issues are stemming from now.
Well, it's important to hear from our market women. They are a huge chunk of the demographic of people who are going to be voting, and they control our homes. So what they say counts, what they say matters. I'm going to read a few messages, and I'll come back to my guest in studio. Kindly ask Prof. Kwesi Enin about the soldiers that were dispatched to Kumasi, Cape Coast, and Hohoi last night. Now, we are watching you live. Please read our messages. Please ask him for me. And that's from Mike Kofi Aflu sending that message in there. Prof.
Yeah. Yes, I've read it, I've heard it, but I don't know what their roles are supposed to be. Whatever it is the Ghana Police Service that is the lead agency for security tomorrow.
Okay.
It is only in situations where the Ghana Police Service is incapable of handling a situation that they will call the military. The armed forces itself has issued a statement that they should not be seen loitering around polling stations. So, as we discussed earlier on before the break, we need hotlines where citizens can report any infractions by uniformed personnel. That brings trust, that brings transparency.